Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming today. It's really nice to see a good turnout. We are here to discuss a joint special workshop between Yuba City City Council and the Sutter County Board of Supervisors. May I have a roll call, please?
Good morning. From the City Council, we have Mayor Harris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cardoza.
Here.
Councilmember Boomgarden.
Here.
Councilmember Espandola.
Here.
And Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
And from the Board of Supervisors, we have Chairman Conant.
Here.
Vice Chairman Solinger.
Here.
Supervisor Flores.
Here.
Supervisor Whitaker.
Here.
And Supervisor Ziegemeyer.
Looks like absent for now. And may I ask everybody to stand, please, and we'll salute our flag laid by Supervisor Flores.
Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
All right. Several things on the agenda today. We're going to begin with the appearance of interested citizens. Members of the public may address the City Council and the Sutter County Board of Supervisors concerning any item that has been described in the notes in this meeting. I do have 3 speaker cards. If you have a speaker card filled out, please queue yourself up over here. Anybody else would like to speak, feel free to do so as well. We're going to start with Dorothy Camp.
Good morning, members of the council and lady. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've been speaking at the Sutter County meetings almost every week since I found out about this shelter. I came up here in 1991. There were not very many homeless people. Most of them were in Marysville. I don't believe I ever saw any in Yuba City. And then things started happening, and when there was issues with flooding, Marysville pushed all these people over to the side of the river, and they were put up in various homeless shelters. And this started a whole different era. When I came up here, these people that were up here were of the older generation, had seen some hard times, probably had been in the Korea War or something, or Vietnam or something like that, and they all had issues, but they never bothered anybody. The new generation now, it's a whole totally different story. They come and they steal stuff out of your yard. They go through your trash, even when your trash is not up on the side of the road. And I've been noticing in the last few weeks, because I go up Live Oak to drop my grandson off at the charter school, they're coming out from the houses to go wherever they go during the day. So what are they doing in the housing area during the night? There's no reason for them to be over there at all. And it bothers me because people put their houses on the market. They might be going somewhere else, and while they're gone, their houses are being ransacked. They're being, holes in the wall, all this kind of thing. And these people have no respect at all. What's it called? Hands of Hope tries to help them. They're losing faith in what they're doing. I get told things like, oh, when I hand them a bag at the end of the day so they can have a sandwich and something at night, they go, oh, peanut butter and jelly. I want ham and cheese. Excuse me? Did you work today? I don't think so. If you put this homeless shelter out there, what needs to do is these people, when they get up in the morning, they get put in a shuttle bus, they go on the side of the freeway, and they pick up trash. You work for that spot. You work for it. You don't stay there for nothing. It shouldn't be for nothing, because this is what happens. People feel like you owe them something. You have to give them a reason for getting that spot. And the other thing is, in every other city where they've provided homeless shelter, like these little shacks that we want to put up there. I want to call them shacks because they are. Other people are going to come with their tents, and then the lawyers will come and tell you you can't tell them they can't bring their tents, and you can't tell them they can't squat there too. And what are you going to do with the animals? Are you going to be asking animal control to come over and tell them that they need to get the animals neutered, spayed, all the shots, all that kind of thing? And who's paying for that? Because these people have no money.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Camp. We appreciate your comments. And let's see here. Sarah Morrow, step up, thank you. And if I could have Steve Albrecht queue up, please. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. I appreciate that you guys are finally having this meeting. We've been promised answers on this project for months, since January, if not longer than that, when supposedly for a year or more that you've been planning this with community outreach. Instead, we've been met with deception at every corner, I feel. You've made it obvious that you are not to be trusted, in my opinion. So I appreciate this meeting, but I really don't know how to take in and appreciate any of the answers I'm going to get from being here today. We were told, look, there's no building going on. It's not going to happen at that location, only to find out that yes, it is, but it's being hidden behind the building on Live Oak instead of in front. This does not help my neighborhood from the crime wave that is coming for us with this installation of temporary shelter. You are taking a citywide, statewide problem and condensing it and dropping it in our neighborhood. We've been told over and over again that there are no answers for us because it's an experiment, but an easy search online shows exactly that within 3 to 4 blocks of a shelter, crime goes up considerably, about 56%. This is a no-brainer. We've been told that patrol will not be upped preemptively in our neighborhood. We've been told that in considering someone for shelter, their past history of violence will not be in consideration in housing them close to a hospital, schools, senior living, and established neighborhoods and businesses. This came from Scott Thurmond. We've been told we don't know, this also from Scott Thurmond, if sexual predators will be considered in the same location. These answers are unacceptable. When we were told that the location had been changed to 2nd Street, we were told at the same time, keep it hush-hush, which showed me that this is how the whole project has been dealt with the entire time. While there may be another installment at 2nd Street, this information of a change of address was a lie. Canceled meetings, lies, changes of meeting venues, most if not all meetings happening when most of your constituents cannot attend and voice our unanswered concerns is unacceptable. Anyone thinking that they are doing this to help the homeless, don't be deceived. They are doing this to avoid lawsuit, which is evident from this packet, which I kind of expected some other answers to be there. We've been told by the committee that they expect this to fail anyhow. So this is a very expensive experiment. All of your actions have shown continued deception. There is no way now that the people in this district can trust any of you.
Thank you, ma'am. If we can have Steve Albrecht up to the podium, please.
Hello, I'm Steve Albrecht, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And thank you for listening to me in the past. I know I've spoken to several of you directly, and I've got the feeling that you're very concerned with the homeless issue. I've spoken to my Supervisor Flores, spoken to Vice Mayor Mr. Cardoza, and Mayor Harris, and many others, Mr. Smith. And so thank you for that. I do get the feeling that I'm being listened to. But, one of my focuses here today is to talk about the rights. Usually at these workshops, you talk about the rights of the homeless, but where are the rights of the citizens? I'm a tax-paying citizen. So are all the other people, my neighbors on 2nd Street. I live just down the street from the homeless camp on 2nd Street. And so we're incredibly affected by the homeless every day. I encounter many of the homeless because they walk the sidewalk right in front of my location. And I have to deal with trash, property damage, trespassing. Since the last year, I've have now security cameras and on my property, and also I've just enhanced that with many trail cameras because of the trespassing issue. And so I'm here because I can be, but my neighbors can't be because they're working. and they're out there earning money for taxes for the benefit of the community. So I'd just like to share a couple of examples of how our area is impacted and how people are generally in this area, they're very kind, very sympathetic to the homeless. Example, I go to the library. I'm there at the beginning of the day when they open up, and already there's a line of homeless using the restroom. And so I go in there and take care of my business there, and I ask the lady at the desk, well, do you know that the homeless are using the restroom? Oh, yeah, we know. Well, why don't you post a note there so that the citizens know that, there could be needles, there could be some kind of contamination. People are very hesitant to do that. I want to know what's happening in our area so that I can be protected. What about all the contact diseases that you could get around 2nd Street, airborne diseases? Another example, I go to my doctor 2 weeks ago, and you think in your doctor's office, it's nice and clean and sterile, and you would think so. I go in there, there's a homeless lady that I recognize because I see her every day passing by my property, and she's camped out there with her 3 bags. And I go to the receptionist, well, why is this lady here? I mean, is she a patient? No, she's not a patient. She was being ignored. They didn't know what to do with her, so they ignored her. I was the one who had to call the police. So, where are my rights? Where are the rights of the other citizens to be forewarned and to be protected by the impact of homelessness? So there are things that we don't even know that are happening out there, and I want to know. I'd like the community to take proactive measures on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albright. Can I ask you one quick question, Steve? I missed where you said you had an interaction with someone at the restroom. Where was that again?
That was at the library.
The library. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
One more speaker card here. And again, if anyone else, something sparks you want to talk, feel free, please. Lee Jones.
Hi, Lee Jones, 212 C Street, Yuba City, just around the 2nd Street historical neighborhood. I resided there since 1971. And update for Mayor, I did walk 2nd Street today and felt completely safe.
Good.
I feel much safer at the library when I use the restroom, and for 2 years have volunteered in the garden at the Sutter County Library, wonderful library. They have put a security guard. I have not, in the 2 years in pruning the roses with my husband Bob, saw any needles in the area there. But they do have a security guard, which reassures people coming and going from the library. There's also a security guard I've noticed over at the courthouse, which is sitting empty. As owner of the bed and breakfast for 35 years, I've heard homeless is rampant throughout the United States. I've heard stories from guests. Portland has a tremendous problem. Of course, San Francisco, 17% of the population. I'm glad we're meeting today. It's time to get off our butts and do something. Excuse my French, but we can't just, turn the other cheek. We have to address it. I know I've heard there's grants. I haven't talked to any of you, so I'm just coming from my experience living in a community that I'm very proud of and want to be safe. I had a guest who had a homeless walk nude past the front porch the other day, and I know Yuba City, you're going to collect over $1 million in TOT tax, and you want the hotels, the B&Bs, and the other locations to have a safe feeling. A lot of my guests walk to Plymouth Street to dine at restaurants, and they feel perfectly safe doing that. In the evening, I give them a flashlight to watch, but there's good lighting through Gaucher Park. That neighborhood is thriving, but we do have homeless. Bottom line, nobody wants it in their backyard. We had a place down 2nd Street. If you drive down to the airport, you would see this morning camp after camp after camp and tents and people living in cars. It's a whole nother picture of our community. I know Live Oak doesn't want them, but we have to do something. Another umbrella of the homeless I'm very, very concerned about is CASA. We have to do something about CASA. They have not done anything. It's just been ignored since they had their horrible fire years ago. So as you talk about homeless, think about a broader picture and what we're going to do about CASA, the shelter for battered women and children. As a retired principal, I lived through 2 shootings. Young mothers were shot by and assaulted by their husbands or boyfriends. And that's not the environment we want in our community, and it's still happening every day. But you have a big role to play, and I have been to meetings at Sutter County. Everything's been open. There's a wonderful Sutter County Commission dealing with homeless, and the big hang-up is where are we going to put them? And I know nobody wants it in their backyard, but they've got to go someplace. We've got to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else care to say anything? Yes, ma'am. If you would please just state your name.
Morning, members. I'm Cindy Chandler, Executive Director for Family Soup. We're a family resource center for children with disabilities, and so we do a lot of information and referral, resource referral. And this last season, we've seen more mothers with young children that are homeless. It breaks our heart. We try to do our best to refer them to resources, but there's a dearth of resources for these young families. A mother with a toddler with no place to go that night. Other families that come in and say, yeah, the winter shelter's closed and they gave us a tent. So these are students, these are young mothers with no resources, nothing to fall back on. So I just wanted to express this other need, this other homeless population that desperately needs our support. These are creating in the future a generation that's experiencing, severe adverse childhood experiences, and we know what that's going to lead to. When we see these kids as kindergartners, they're not prepared to learn. They just don't have that foundation or that ability in their wiring of their brain to be calm and be ready to learn. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of that homeless population this morning. Thank you.
Chandler, Cindy Chandler, I think.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Elaine Miles, and I thought everything was said. What she just said is true. We have to divide these people, those that are takers and those that are needers. Way back when I was young, my mother was in the hospital. My dad went to the door, flipping the pancake dough, because a guy knocked on it and said, I'd like to do some chores for you and have a breakfast. My dad said, no, you can come in and have breakfast. We had a railroad thing where homeless went there. They rode on the rails. The guy said, no, I have to do something. Finally, my dad said, well, you can prune off of that tree over there just a little bit. The guy pruned more than one. We had apple trees. But then the guy told my dad, there's a big sign down there saying that you're a taker. All these people come over here just to take from you. And he said, but I believe we have to work. So he told my dad, ask him to do a chore. Well, that worked with some. But one guy, the first time I'd ever heard the F word, yelled at my dad. We have to look at who really has a need and who's just a taker. When I came out of Wells Fargo 2 weeks ago, there were 5 guys smoking marijuana, laughing like crazy and stopping the cars from going through. We have to have more control. So please, look at this in depth. And just having a small place that's going to take maybe 40 people, that doesn't solve our 700. So please, this is a big issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine.
Thank you for your time. My name is Bruce Simmons. I have one brief question to ask, and I would certainly appreciate it if we could get an answer on this, and it's in regards to the no camping ordinance. Evidently, there's an injunction by the state or the federal government says that you cannot enforce this ordinance because there's no place for the homeless to go. I'm going to take Yuba County you got Fast Forward 14 over there and everything else. They still have a problem in the Thorn Tree area and that Hollywood Park and everything else. Is there an ordinance saying that they can enforce the no camping rule there or not? I live very close to the mental health facility in which the homeless is proposed to go in there. I'm against it. I'm not going to sit here and say anything about anything I've talked to anybody about, because it appears as though, even through lack of communication and everything else, that's where it's going. Once that is put into place, I'm asking for an answer. Will the no camping ordinance, will it be allowed to be enforced, and will it be enforced? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll take that question.
If you would care to answer, go right ahead.
So, sir, I will tell you that from what I've been told is that obviously you stated that the homeless have to have a place to go to enforce the ordinance, and that is a state law, as you stated. So once that facility is put in place, yes, that no camping ordinance will be affected, and it will be imposed by hopefully our sheriff and our police chief as well.
Mike Leahy, Yuba County Supervisor across the river. I'd like to first off start saying that I understand everyone's frustrations, up to your eyeballs with the frustrations of the problem we have. But as one of the first speakers stated, this is a much larger problem statewide and nationally. And I want to commend Yuba City and Sutter County for working together with Yuba County and Marysville on a overall master plan that will solve this once and for all, and not have it go back over the river, come back over the river. And once the plan is unveiled, it will actually be efficient, and because we're all working on this together. One of the questions is, if we have enough housing beds, then we can enforce. If there's 600 people homeless, if we have 600 beds, we can go around and enforce them all. That's the bottom line. Nobody wants it in their neighborhood, but the project of 14 Forward actually does work, and it didn't increase the crime in the area. And we've also got some more programs and more emergency shelters in place, but it's a regional effort. And I'm real honored to work with Mr. Flores and Manny Cordoza on the solutions in a committee that has been working for over 18 months, almost 2 years now. And you'll hear more about it later on. But I wanted to commend Sutter County and Yuba City for working together in unity. And, I understand, like I said, I understand your frustration, but we all have to do one thing to make this work. We have to all be on board. We have to all be on board to make it happen. Not in my backyard. I don't want it over here. If there's issues, we call them challenges. See, because once you give a hand up, you don't know what can be expected of people who once were homeless. They could become leaders in the community. Yes, they can. They could become your neighbors. They could become your best asset. So I wanted to thank you guys and just let you know that I'm real proud of you guys, and thanks for having us over.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
I had a question for this gentleman. How many people?
Wait, let's keep that between the two of you then, if you don't want it on the record, and go ahead. Welcome.
Rick Libby, Live Oak, California. I just want to express thanks for working on this problem. I'm a member of the Fish and Game Commission for Sutter, and so I can travel up and down the river and so forth. And the thing that obviously, I see this booklet with all the lawsuits that have guaranteed our homeless their civil rights and so forth, but there's something far more important, and that's public health. And the lack of sanitation. These people, when you talk about camping, you're not talking about camping. You're talking about people defecating in the public streets and in the rivers, and that's our drinking water. And we're sending that stuff down to Sacramento. Last night on television, there was a Fox News doctor talking about Los Angeles. And he stated that because of their homeless problem and their lack of control of it, Los Angeles has descended below a third world country. They are on the verge of an absolute catastrophe, and he's predicting that this will happen this summer with bubonic plague. The rats are out of control. As I said, the filth on the streets, the typhoid problem that is just on the verge of exploding. So we in California take great pride in advancing our culture and providing a beautiful state, but that's really, we're descending into a morass of problems. So we've got to get the problem fixed. I just built a house not too long ago. I spent nearly 30 grand trying to produce a septic tank that wouldn't pollute the groundwater, pressure dose system. The county was all over me. They did a very good job. But the county, you go to public health and you say, fix this problem, and their eyes just glaze over because it's got to be a community effort, but we've got to get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Looks like we have one more, too.
My name is John Whiteman. I'm a resident of Yuba City. Just speak very briefly. I don't expect a show of hands or anything, but I have a few miles under my belt. I've been very fortunate in my life, but I would be curious how many of you who are talking about policy and programs have experienced homelessness, have experienced mental health issues, have experienced mental health issues, and have spent time incarcerated in your lifetime. Those are experiences, some of which I have experiences. Fortunately, I had a few mentors as a young person that helped me make the correct decisions to not fall in the worst of those categories. The problem is, we here in Yuba and Sutter County, while this is commendable, we came with a pocket full of Band-Aids. We're treating symptoms. We're not treating the problem. If any of you have addressed local and regional media lately, there have been some very helpful discussions by people in law enforcement, by people in government, by people in public health, talking about the larger problem. And we're putting on Band-Aids. I'm suggesting that you don't just walk out of here and say, well, we created so many beds and to screw the neighborhood and everybody, we don't care about that, we're done. I'm asking you to take the problem to the halls of Sacramento and demand that our legislators and the senior staff there honestly and aggressively address the issue. Because otherwise we're going to be back here next year and the year after. And I probably won't be here, but my children and well, no, they won't live here. So anyway, and that's a whole nother discussion. But they were graduates of the local high school. But anyway, think long-term, not short-term. And yes, I am a resident of the most impacted neighborhood in Yuba City. And I've spoken to the Board of Supervisors on numerous occasions. How many of you have read this? That's a half-inch thick, two-sided. Good luck.
Thank you, John.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Morgan Dussault Brown. I'm with Habitat for Humanity, and I have the great privilege of working with so many extraordinary people that are committed to addressing and solving the homeless crisis. However, I'd love to echo what this gentleman just said and said, yes, sheltering is kind of a Band-Aid, and it is kind of the first step. But I would urge everyone in this room to really look at the whole scope of the issue very dynamically. And instead of waiting until there is a crisis, we now have a homeless crisis, we have a looming housing crisis. Let's look at this very dynamically and treat all things concurrently, because if we don't, we're going to further impact other systems. So for example, I was doing some research about the existing rental inventory, because we have so many individuals in our homeless service delivery network, which we refer to as coordinated entry, and they are housing ready, but we can't find housing for them. There are only 40 rental units available on the market today. And the Regional Housing Authority has just proposed a project which would allow for 40 beds of permanent supportive housing, which addresses the mental health issues and everything. And it's kind of an assertive measure to walk alongside our individuals that need a little bit of ancillary support so we can stabilize them. But 40 units, would it double our existing rental inventory in this area alone? That's just mind-blowing to me. So I would urge everyone in this room, especially our elected officials, to really, continue to look at this dynamically. Prevention is absolutely an issue. Looking at our elderly population and making sure they can age in place, and of course, instituting more preventative measures for the children so that we can give them a good, solid foundation so they don't fall into the realm of homelessness as well. So thank you, everyone, and I applaud your efforts today, and together we can make great things happen.
All right, thank you very much. Does anybody else care to say anything? Please feel free. Otherwise, we'll move on. Yes. Sure. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I don't know when, but if she wants to say something, that's no problem. All right. Some very good comments there. I really appreciate that. I'm sure we all do. We're going to move on now to the workshop portion, and the first presentation is by Steve Smith, Interim Sutter County CAO.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, while Steve is walking up
Yes.
to the front, just like I do at every meeting when we discuss homelessness, I just wanted to clarify for the public that the elected officials will not be making decisions today on negative inferences based on economic status, mental or physical health status, race, ethnicity, marital status, etc. Instead, the decisions are going to be based on public health, safety, and welfare concerns, as may be informed by the law or as may be informed by the availability or inavailability of public resources. Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you very much. No, thank you. I may not need this right away.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Steve Smith, Interim County Administrator for Sutter County, and I'll provide an overview of homelessness in Sutter County that includes some history, some of the impacts, some of the historic and existing attitudes towards homelessness, and a review of government engagement with the homeless, focusing especially on recent developments. And then after my presentation, I'll introduce some of the other presenters who will speak about the recent point in time count and some of the demographics of the homeless, about services currently provided in our community for the homeless, about the coordinated entry program that is working in both counties, about 14 Forward, Yuba County's emergency shelter program, and about laws impacting California communities in dealing with the homeless issues. I'll then come back after those speakers to discuss the plans for the establishment of an emergency shelter at 1965 Live Oak Boulevard. And Gus Becerra will discuss the New Haven apartment complex, which will work in tandem with the housing shelter efforts to provide long-term housing. Afterwards, you'll hear from Scott Thurmond, homelessness consultant, about Yuba Sutter Consortium activities and existing and future funding opportunities through the state of California. Robert Bendorf will discuss the Bi-County Homeless Services Program and the Bi-County Strategic Master Plan. So I'd like to begin with some numbers that detail the extent of homelessness. And as I do so, I ask everyone to remember there's no universal definition of what homelessness is. So counting the homeless is never an easy task. The estimate of 100 million worldwide being homeless is the low end of estimates that range as high as 1 billion when substandard housing in large city slums in several countries is taken into consideration. The rate of worldwide homelessness at the lower end estimate is 132 homeless for every 10,000 population. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's 2018 report to Congress on homelessness, more than 500,000 U.S. residents are homeless. That works out to 17 homeless for every 10,000 Americans. California, as you can see, has big numbers, almost twice the rate of homelessness as the rest of the country. And according to the latest point-in-time count in Yuba and Sutter counties, there are 721 homeless here, for a rate of homelessness that's higher than the California average at 41 homeless for every 10,000 citizens. According to a homeless task force report by the League of California Cities and California State Association of Counties, Yuba and Sutter counties, like some other North State communities, have been one of the fastest growing areas for homelessness since 2007, with an increase in homelessness of 94%. The point-in-time count showed 293 homeless in Sutter County, for a rate slightly lower than the rest of California. But this number is likely skewed by the fact that the homeless migrate from one side of the river to the other. Nationally, 20% of all homeless are children. 66% have shelter. And though we've done a good job, though we have done a good job since 2009 of getting veterans off the streets. California is a creature unto itself, however. It accounts for almost a third of all homeless in the nation. And with 7 of every 10 homeless individuals without shelter, it accounts for half of all unsheltered homeless people in the entire United States. This infographic from the Department of Housing and Urban Development shows that Western states have the highest rates of unsheltered people. Northeastern states have a long history of providing shelter, largely to prevent deaths from freezing temperatures. Yuba Sutter's rate of unsheltered homelessness is again higher than the statewide average. And the number of precariously housed individuals in the community added to the number of counted homeless, and it could be argued the real homeless numbers in the region are close to 1,000. Our percentage of homeless children is a little more than the national average as well. Seniors are also a big part of the homeless population. We also know through surveys that the average length of time of homelessness here in the region is 15 months. Attitudes about homelessness have evolved slowly over the centuries. In 14th century England, vagabonds were jailed, branded, fined, and sometimes put to death for a second offense. By the 16th century, England simply sent its vagabonds to the Americas. That's how my family got here. I can't prove that. In early America, the Puritans believed that the homeless had lost God's grace and didn't deserve to be part of the community. Significantly, in 1865, the Salvation Army formed around the idea of ministering to those in the street, and the phrase soap, soup, and salvation was born. During the Great Depression, when unemployment reached 25%, there were an estimated 2 million homeless in the United States. The Social Security Act of 1935 was designed to help the unemployed, the elderly, and the disabled, and subsequently a minimum wage was established. In 1948, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which declared everyone has a right to food, clothing, housing, and health care. The UN reaffirmed the universal right to housing at its International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in 1966. National surveys show that a majority of Americans support both financial aid and subsidized housing for the homeless. The same surveys show most Americans don't want the homeless near them, whether sheltered or unsheltered. While there was moderate homelessness during the colonial period in America, it was the industrial period in the early 19th century which saw a rise in homelessness in cities, where people migrated from rural areas for wage work that was not always stable. During the Civil War, some 400,000 people, mostly soldiers, became addicted to morphine, and post-Civil War, many of these soldiers became homeless. It took World War II to pull America out of the Great Depression, which has been the period of the largest number of homeless in American history, greater than today. The first recorded local reference to homelessness is likely this classified ad from an August 1850 edition of the Marysville Herald, in which the 5 men who owned virtually all of the valley floor in Yuba County advised squatters not to occupy their lands under threat of legal action. The migrants who came in search of gold paid little attention to private property. Notably, John Sutter's Hawk Farm was burned down by a homeless ex-soldier. In 1940, the Appeal Democrat ran this article describing how the Salvation Army's emergency food supplies were running out because of back-to-back episodes of floodwaters chasing homeless out of the jungle camps along the river. During the Depression, famed photographer Dorothea Lange spent some time documenting the homeless encampments in the river bottoms on both sides of the Feather River and under the D Street Bridge in Yuba County. The 1980s are considered the beginning of the modern era of homelessness. This is due in part to cuts in domestic spending at the federal level that targeted housing, unemployment, disability, food stamp, and family welfare programs. Policy decisions in the 1960s to cut the number of psychiatric hospital beds in favor of community-based treatment programs for the mentally ill had already impacted California, and cuts to mental health services on the federal level compounded the problem. Today, there is a severe shortage of hospital beds for the mentally ill, impacting the criminal justice system and the homeless population. Another big factor in the 1980s was rising housing costs, which is also a major factor today. Local government's response to homelessness has evolved over time. In decades past, the strategy was for law enforcement to move transients and hobos out of town, and usually to the other side of the river. Local governments have historically advocated that faith-based and nonprofit organizations provide for the homeless. In the 1970s, Sutter County provided a home for the nonprofit Casa de Esperanza, which has been sheltering victims of domestic violence for 4 decades. Untold numbers of vulnerable women, children, and even men have avoided homelessness because of the work of Casa de Esperanza. In 2000, the Yuba Sutter Consortium was formed by health and human services agencies to comply with federal law in order to receive federal funding for homeless support services. It is the consortium which is responsible for conducting the point-in-time counts to document the degree of homelessness in the region. In 2010, Sutter County's Health and Human Services Department took the lead in creating a bi-county homeless management information system, another requirement to continue receiving federal funding for homeless programs. And in 2017, the Sutter County Board of Supervisors established as one of its top priorities creation of a homeless management plan. In November of 2017, the board approved a homeless management plan which focused on enforcing a no-camping ordinance and established a citizens advisory committee to recommend a location for an emergency shelter for the homeless. The board updated its no-camping ordinance and directed that enforcement begin along the river. The board also joined the Bi-County Homeless Services Program, a regional approach to homeless management that includes both Sutter County and Yuba County and the cities of Yuba City, Live Oak, Marysville, and Wheatland. This organization represents a systems change in the way homelessness will be addressed going forward. 2017 also saw the creation of the Coordinated Entry Program, with one location in Marysville and one location in Yuba City, where homeless can receive wraparound social services, can do their laundry, and take showers. In January of 2018, the Board of Supervisors appointed 11 members of the community to an ad hoc Citizens Advisory Committee to review potential locations for an emergency shelter. In March of 2018, California Rural Legal Assistance acquired a federal court injunction blocking Sutter County from enforcing the no camping ordinance along the Feather River because of the lack of shelter beds in Sutter County. In July of 2018, the Citizens Advisory Committee, after reviewing more than a dozen potential sites, unanimously recommended the location of an emergency shelter on existing county property at 1965 Live Oak Boulevard. In September of 2018, the board accepted the recommendation of the Citizens Advisory Committee and directed staff to conduct due diligence in pursuing a shelter at that site. Since that time, the county's considered several alternative types of shelters while awaiting a decision on a grant application for State Homeless Emergency Assistance Program funds, or HEAP funds. The county sought nearly $450,000 in funds and ultimately was awarded $300,000 for establishment and operation of an emergency shelter. I'll go into detail later this morning about the planned emergency shelter, but I want to mention that we're targeting a date in September for opening of the facility. I want to close this part of the presentation with a short discussion about the impacts of homelessness throughout the community. These impacts are felt everywhere, from the criminal justice system to emergency medical care, long-term care, and behavioral health, to the loss of public spaces for use by other residents of the community, such as the river, the degradation of the river itself because of trash and human waste entering the river, and the costs of cleaning up. It can have a big impact on business, including local fishing guides. And some businesses may not want to locate in communities with high rates of unsheltered homeless. There's also a general loss of a sense of place. Many people will tell you the community does not feel the same when there are a number of unsheltered homeless along our rivers, sleeping in our downtowns, panhandling, relieving themselves in public, and leaving garbage behind. National estimates are that the financial impact on a community is approximately $40,000 a year per homeless individual, and efforts to decrease or eliminate homelessness may more than pay for themselves in the end. I can take questions at this point if you would like, or we can move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. Robert Herrick. Happy to entertain questions. Some may be answered in the upcoming presentations. We have several folks lined up.
Any
questions from the board? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we should. I think we should move on to ask for other presenters to present before we have questions.
All right. I believe you meant questions from us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody from up here? Nothing? All right, we'll move on. Thank you.
So I'd like to introduce Dr. Robert Herrick. He's an epidemiologist with Sutter County Public Health, and he'll discuss the recent point-in-time count and some of the demographics of the local homeless population.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm a little bit shorter. Good morning. I'm Dr. Robert Herrick. I'm the Sutter County Public Health Epidemiologist, and I'm going to talk to you in the next 15 minutes about roughly what the numbers say today. For reference, I was the incident commander on our multi-jurisdictional task force we put together for the point-in-time count across city government, county government, law enforcement at the city and county level, code enforcement, city and county level, our nonprofits, Adventist Rideout, Yuba Center Behavioral Health, I always get those confused, our faith organizations, our nonprofit organizations, many of our religious organizations. So this is the work of about 60 to 70 people with about 3 months of planning and 2 weeks of actual implementation. So where do these numbers come from? So as a little bit of background, if you receive money from that Department of Housing and Urban Development, you have to conduct a census of your homeless population. You have to conduct a census every year of everyone in an emergency shelter. You have to conduct a census of everyone every 2 years. So HUD requires you conduct a count the last 10 days of January. You get to pick the date within there. Every jurisdiction, continuity of care, or continuum of care has to do this same time every year to try to get comparable national numbers. And as I explained, this is a joint operation between governments, nonprofits, health organizations, faith-based organizations that was very, very successful at working together. So where are we from 2007 to now? And I apologize, this is a little busy, but the top line is everyone who meets HUD reporting criteria. Oh, good. I have a green laser pointer. So this is everyone who meets HUD reporting criteria. What does that mean? So you need to be either in an emergency shelter or on basically what they consider unsheltered. So if you are, for example, staying with your family, with friends, if you're in jail, if you're in a hospital, if you're in a substance abuse treatment facility, if you're paying for a hotel yourself, you don't count under HUD's metrics. So we've got, you can see that. Then we've got here roughly our sheltered population and then our unsheltered population. And we'll get to what those are in a minute. And for the last 3 years, we've had better information about the number of adults and children. So you can see adults about 500 to 600 for the last 5 years, children about 1-200. The good news is the number of children are going down, the number of adults, unfortunately, are going up, and you can see an overall increase with the biggest jump right between 2009 and 2011. Okay, so how many are homeless right now? So we counted 972 individuals in that 2-week period. We did it 2 different ways. So we had 6 teams in each county trying to interview every single person they could find who might be homeless. And then every single agency that participated interviewed everyone between the 22nd and the 31st of January who might be homeless. And then we spent 3 months sorting it out to make sure that each person was only interviewed and counted once. So the number we reported who are either on the streets or in an emergency shelter is 721. And then we identified 251 additional people who don't meet HUD criteria, but also are not in a permanent place where they either own, rent, pay a lease, they're staying in some other arrangement. And you can see for the next few minutes, if it's a blue bar, that's Sutter County. If it's a orange bar, that's Yuba County. And then this sort of purple bar is both counties combined. And we use the same color scheme going forward. We basically identified which county you belong to. So based on where your last address was, where you've spent the last 30 days, and then if we didn't have that information, where we talked to you. So where do homeless people stay? So the emergency shelter piece is easy. If they're in an emergency shelter, they're in one of the defined emergency shelters. If they're unsheltered, the bulk of people are staying in homeless encampments. And so that's tents, either individually or in groups, usually along either the Feather River on our side or in Hollywood, Thorntree on the Marysville side. There are some along the river around Linda. The next largest group are people who are staying in vehicles. And the classic statement to explain that is, I can live in my car, I can't drive my house. So we have a lot of people who they may have lost their housing, they were able to keep a vehicle. Now this does not necessarily mean the vehicle is running. So there are a lot of people who have vehicles that are not roadworthy or may not even be mobile, but they're still using them as shelter. And then we've got some of the other additional spots. Now, for the people who are precariously sheltered, the bulk are staying with family. Then you get into people who are they're paying for a hotel themselves, which going rate for a hotel around here is about 60 to 80 a night. So if you figure that you're going to burn through whatever money you have very, very quickly in that situation. So that's a group of who are very vulnerable. We identified 31 people who are homeless in one of the 2 county jails, and they're not considered homeless because technically they're in jail, they have a shelter. They don't have anywhere to go after they're released, but they don't count, they have a shelter. Same with people who are couch surfing or staying with friends. And then there were a few people who were in various hospitals, mostly. So this is important because these folks are very vulnerable to going from a situation where they're supported to one they're not, especially people staying in the hotels on their own dime or who are in couch surfing or in a jail. And watch this family and friends number when we get to why people say they're homeless, because that will become very important. So where are people from? So one of the questions we asked is, where was your last address? And then we were able to get city, county, and state. And so you can see, of the roughly 700 or 900 people we talked to, 300 Sutter County, 366 Yuba County. Then the next one is the neighboring counties. So this is roughly 37%, 46%, and 11%. So for every single person we could get an address from, and keep in mind, a lot of what we did is we were either doing very quick interviews where we didn't ask the question, or we're saying, okay, I identified 2 people, they don't want to talk to us, so we weren't able to collect a lot of this information. And we're continuing to try to refine this and where we get it. But the bulk of it, these folks are local. They've lived here, and we asked a lot of people what brought them here. It's generally they either grew up here, they've got family here, or they have friends here. So they definitely, majority of them have ties to the community. We're not seeing a lot of people coming in from outside the area. If they're from outside the area, they're generally either from Sacramento or Butte County. So we're not seeing an influx of people from San Francisco. We're not seeing an influx of people from Los Angeles. We're not seeing an influx of people from outside California. The vast majority are local. So how old are they? So this breaks it up by, so we got children, adolescents, and then HUD, this is where HUD makes you break it. Then you've got this young adult category because HUD is very interested in people 18 to 24. And then here's folks 25 to 54, and then here's seniors. And so you can see the bulk are older than 25, almost 20% are 55 and older. Now, the good news is only 17% of the children we found are unsheltered. Unfortunately, 60% of adults 25 to 54 are unsheltered, and this is the big one. If you're over 55, almost 80% of them do not have shelter. So this year we found more men than women. It's about a 45-55 split. That's a flip from what we found last year, where it was a 55% female, 45% male. So those numbers, however, less than half of women are unsheltered, but more than half of men are unsheltered. And so that is probably an artifact of the way of a lot of our shelter programs go. We have priorities for families, couples, and then it's women then men. So single men are essentially the last in line for a lot of our shelter programs. So racial distribution, they're predominantly non-Hispanic and white. And more importantly, they're disproportionately white, Black, or Native American than the overall populations of either county. So we're seeing it sort of is very much concentrated in that population. We would expect African American and Native American percentages to be higher because that's what we usually see in homelessness figures across the board. What we do see is that our proportion of folks who are Asian or Hispanic is below the proportion of the overall county population, or those parts of those populations. And we have some theories about why that is. We may get to that in a moment. So what makes life difficult? So HUD doesn't ask, are you disabled? They phrase it as, do you have a condition that makes it difficult to work, live independently, or find housing? And so you have to play with some language to get that out of people. So, and then we looked at, so about 27% reported they had a physical condition that made life difficult. So we're talking about difficulties moving, difficulties walking, difficulties standing, people who need oxygen, who've had strokes, who have disabling physical conditions. 13% report a chronic medical condition, 18% report serious mental illness or substance use disorder. Now, the caveat is these are not the proportions of folks who are homeless who have, say, a substance use problem. It's the proportions of folks who are homeless who say they have a substance use problem that makes it difficult for them to work or live independently. So if we interact with a lot of people who say, yes, I have a difficulty walking, but it doesn't keep me from living my life. Well, we might think differently, but if that's their thought process in answering this question, they're going to say, no, I don't have something that makes life difficult, even though you could encounter them with a walker, a wheelchair, any of those situations. And we have lots of anecdotal evidence of folks in those situations. So how long have people been homeless? So this is, you got two charts. So this top one, and I apologize, the laser pointer is over here. So this is how many times people have been homeless. So you can see the bulk of people have been homeless one time, and then you've got sort of this tail. And then here you look at the duration of homelessness, and this is roughly 1 year. So you can see about 27% have been homeless more than once, and a little less than half have been homeless longer than a year. Of the folks who meet HUD reporting criteria, so of those 721, 31% are what HUD considers chronically homeless. Now, if we think about it, we would think, okay, if someone's chronically homeless, they've been homeless for a very long time. HUD does not work that way. To be chronically homeless, you have to be homeless one time for a year, or 4 or more times in the last 3 years, which add up to a total of a year. So if I've been homeless twice, total of 2 years, I don't count as chronically homeless. That's the first part. The second part is then you have to have one of those conditions that make life difficult. And so you have to have both of those. So you could be, homeless 20 years, but if you don't have what HUD considers a disabling condition, you're not chronically homeless. To put this in context, our number for 2017 of folks who are chronically homeless was about 20%. So that has gone up almost half.
Doctor?
Sir?
Question for you. I've got a couple more too, but why would they interject that criteria and they're chronically homeless? And it's almost like they're trying to make things difficult on us.
Yes, sir.
If they're homeless, they're homeless.
I don't know what their thinking is. One of the things we've run into a lot with HUD is that I think they're very focused on urban homelessness and sort of the traditional inner city homelessness. And so one of the things that we're looking at, for example, this is the first year they asked about physical disabilities. And they've been focusing on mental health, substance use. They focus a lot on veterans, but veterans are not a major proportion of our population. And they're focused very heavily on that youth population, 18 to 24, which is also not a major part of this population. So I would say HUD is working out of their own sort of a sense of what was a priority. And I don't know when they established this criteria.
All right.
And so I don't think they're in tune with the situation we see on the ground here.
And I think that sums it up really well. It doesn't make it. I'd like to try to figure out a way. Is there a mechanism in place where we can educate them that we have a problem? It doesn't matter what age you are. And for example, the folks in jail, they're 1 out date away from joining that group of the 721, and that's our community issue. I would love to be able to include them.
I would love to.
I know it's not your deal, but it's really frustrating.
I would love to have a very candid chat with some of the people at HUD and bring these issues to attention. There are some standard federal mechanisms for that, but HUD is we'll have open comment periods, maybe, but HUD likes to say, this is what we want you to do. And they're getting better with some of the coordinated entry pieces about greater flexibility, but I've not had a lot of success in a feedback mechanism on point in time.
I would be interested either now or later in finding out your ideas of what we can do to help that conversation with them.
I would love to have that conversation. I think that really needs to be had.
Didn't interrupt you, but I just had to say it.
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. So why are people homeless? So we asked everyone, why are you homeless? And you can obviously see a lot of people took a very literal answer to that question because their top response is, I was evicted, I was foreclosed on, or I was unable to pay rent or the mortgage. Okay, I understand. That's the very literal answer to the question. The next one is, we lost a job or we're unemployed. And that was the most common answer we had for the same question in 2017. So, makes sense. Then we start getting into family or household conflict, or a breakup, a divorce, or a separation. Those are the second and third most common sort of what we would call triggers for homelessness. And if you remember when we looked at the folks who were precariously sheltered, where were the bulk of them staying? Family, friends. So a lot of these people are saying not only are they in a position where they can't pay the rent, there's also nobody to catch them. So it's not like you can say, okay, my fellowship at the university ended, parents are like, okay, we got a couch, or you can have your old bedroom back. A lot of these folks don't have that social support system to fall back on. And we've got a lot of anecdotal evidence about why that specifically is. We're still cranking through a lot of sort of a statistical approach on that. But this is probably the most important piece, take home, is that it's essentially a two-hit. You lose your job and nobody can catch you. So there's no safety support mechanism. And then we obviously have substance use and domestic violence are other two important causes. So income and benefits, we get this a lot. And so one of the things we asked this year is not only do you have income, but what's your monthly income? And obviously, where do you get it from? So you can see about 46% have no income at all. And then you've got this long tail. So we found 78 people who are making $1,000 or more, but the bulk of people are not. Median monthly income. And with this kind of distribution, I prefer medians over mean, because median means half the people have that or less. So half the folks we surveyed who told us their income are making less than $200 a month. 38% receive non-cash benefits, mostly food stamps. And then you can see roughly where they get their income from. So the most common, Social Security, SSI and SSDI, or CalWorks. We found 46 people who were employed, 14 people at Social Security. So the bulk of people are receiving some form of government benefit. Now, SSI tops out at about $900 a month. Also, if you're on SSI, you don't get food stamps. That's another $200 a month you can't qualify for, because theoretically part of your SSI payment is supposed to pay for food. 71% have health insurance, and that's probably higher. The vast majority are on Medi-Cal. Okay, that's great. That doesn't necessarily mean they're getting regular medical care. And so we always keep asking about this, about health insurance, as if, you've got health insurance, that's the magic bullet. It's not, especially if it's Medi-Cal, especially in a community with problems getting primary care providers and long wait times. So what does the income mean? So the concept of affordable housing, and anybody who's ever had to put in a rental application knows the renter wants you to make 3 times the rent. The affordable housing calculations are a little, more lenient, so they expect you to have only about 30% of your income should be housing, and then you pay everything else. So remember, our median income for people experiencing homelessness is $197. Compare that to the average or median income for Sutter County, it's about $5,000. So we've got folks who are making 1/50th, give or take. So here's the kicker. Median rent from 2013-2017, according to the U.S. Census, Sutter County is $980 a month. That's almost certainly a low figure. And then, so if you're making less than $3,200, you're considered rent overburdened. That's half the households in Sutter County. So as Ms. Brown said, when we talk about homelessness, we're not just talking about people who are actually on the streets. And we're not even talking about people who've already had that triggering event, the precariously housed. We're talking about there are a lot of people in Sutter County who are one catastrophe away from a serious problem. So, how much housing is available? As Ms. Brown said, there's only about 40 rental apartment units. So going back to, we pulled this from Esri Community Analysts. There's about 34,000 housing units in 2018 in Sutter County. So what's a housing unit? That considers everything. Apartments, duplexes, triplexes, single family homes, a shack that somebody has lived in for 20, 30 years. We identified from the assessor's office 399 apartment parcels. So that's roughly 399 apartment buildings in the county. We've increased our housing stock about 1% in the last roughly 10 years. So compare that, California, roughly 2.5. The United States, 4. All of our neighbors have a increase in their housing stock at least twice ours. To put that in context, Sutter County's population increases about 2% a year. So our housing stock is increasing at half the rate our population is increasing. So our pre-Camp Fire vacancy rates, Sutter County 6.5%, California 7.2, the United States 11.2. I say pre-Camp Fire because every report everybody's running into is that the vast majority of rental properties are gone. If you were affected by the Camp Fire and you had money, you snapped it up. So it is very difficult for people to find housing. That $980 median rent is almost certainly low. I've seen figures for Yuba City at about $1,000 is your median rent. A lot of the stuff I keep an eye on apartment availability, and you start seeing stuff in the $1,200 range now. 1 or 2 bedrooms are creeping up around $800, $900, $1,000. So when we talk about income and place to build, it's not just a matter of, okay, people don't have income to house them. We are running out of places to house anybody coming to Sutter County. So what do these numbers say? So we estimate we found about 1,000 people in Sutter and Yuba counties who are homeless, and we figure about that at the bare minimum, what we report to HUD is about 25% underestimate of the people who are homeless by a reasonable definition. Most are local. Many have serious medical needs. And we would say it's a 2-hit hypothesis. You take the economic hit, so you can't pay the rent, whichever causes that, and then there's nobody to catch you. There's no parents or family with an extra room. There's no friend who's couch you can crash on. And that's why a lot of people are homeless. Whatever else is going on in their lives, this fundamental is the issue. Our shelters are at capacity. And as everybody who works with coordinated entry and all of our shelter programs know, we have long, long waiting lists for a very small number of beds. And our sheltered capacity is about at max 300 right now. And we've got 1,000 people. So many people experiencing homelessness are already receiving government benefits. So if your SSI, SSDI maxes out at $900 a month, and the median rent in the county is $980, do the math. I mean, you can't support yourself. And then we've got benefits and our wages are often insufficient to pay the rent is the big issue, especially on folks on the lower end of the income spectrum. And finally, we just don't have housing. There's not a lot of places to put people. There's not a lot of building going on, even compared to our neighbors. I think when we pulled the age of our housing stock, we saw very little, if not any, built after 2014. So that's what the numbers say. And also the other thing is the bulk of them are single-family homes, not apartments. You got a person who's one person, two people max. A single-family home, a 2, 3, 4-bedroom, quarter, half-acre lot is not something you can afford, and also much bigger than what they need. So are we even building for what our population needs? I don't know. So that is what the numbers say. And I would love to entertain questions if there are any, or you can listen to somebody else. Yes, sir.
So in my district, what's that? Can we ask, Doc? Okay. So in my district, I represent most of South Sutter County. Most of it's in the floodplain.
Yes, sir.
And so consequently, no housing's built. Not only that, but a lot of houses that are older are being torn down because they can't get building permits to remodel or rebuild the homes. So that's a real problem that we may actually be shrinking our housing units in South Sutter County. And also we are making it so that not only are they shrinking, but in a time of need, we're having less and less housing available.
Yes, sir.
And of course, we all know what rents have done for the few rental properties that are available in the last 5 years. Rents have skyrocketed in our whole community, well, all of California.
Yes, sir. I was a civil engineer in a past life, but unfortunately I can't change the laws on the floodplains. But no, I completely understand it is a serious, serious problem that we're getting squeezed at both ends.
Questions of everybody? Nothing? Thank you very much. Very informative. Really appreciate the numbers.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to let you know that this meeting is being recorded and will be up on the city's website, and we'll share it with Sutter County probably Monday.
All right, very good. Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor?
I don't know who's, Steve.
Over
go
here.
ahead. I heard my name, but I don't know.
It's your conscience speaking.
I'm glad I actually did hear something.
Next, we have Imelda Mendoza Flores. She's a Sutter County Health and Human Services Prevention Services Coordinator.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. So, the pointer. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So, we're going to go over some homeless services that are currently taking place in Sutter County. Briefly, we'll go over our coordinated entry system, which was established September 2017. The project goal is to streamline homeless services. Our open doors, this is a Sutter County and Yuba City, City of Yuba City project. This was established October 2018. The goal is to reach those individuals that are maybe not necessarily coming to our coordinated entry sites. We bring these services out to them, and we'll discuss that. Adventist Health, our street nursing program, that was established fall of 2018. They're aiming to connecting area homeless with medical care. And Sutter County Homeless to Housed project. This was established January 2017. This is our temporary emergency shelter. Our goal is to provide emergency shelter for individuals that are 50 and over and chronically ill. And our upcoming shelter. I'll briefly go into the services that would be provided at the shelter. So coordinated entry. This is, many of you have heard coordinated entry in the sites. This was established in 2009. The president signed the HEARTH Act and mandated that continuums of care be established, and hence we have our Sutter Yuba Homeless Consortium. Then we were directed to, HUD wanted all the services to be coordinated. So as you can see, the pointer is this one. Thank you. Oh, other way. Too many things. So previously, this is what, if someone was experiencing homelessness, they had to go apply to every single shelter program. And as we heard, this presented a huge challenge. We were not coordinated. We worked very diligently. It took Sutter Yuba a lot of work, a lot of agencies. We came together. We formed our coordinated entry system to streamline the services to ultimately, assist those that need the assistance, and streamline the process into shelters. We have our two coordinated entry sites. One is over in Yuba County, the Life Building Center, 131 F Street. That's open Monday through Friday, 9 to 3:30. Hands of Hope over on Spiva. It's open Monday through Thursday, 11 to 5. They provide showers, laundry, mentoring, case management. They connect to housing and services. So our goal is to refer all individuals to coordinated entry. And what happens is they come into our coordinated entry. There's an assessment that takes place. We assess them for vulnerability. Then, in a nutshell, I wanted to give you, this is really hard. Sorry. I'm trying to look over there, point. So, if there's a family that is experiencing homelessness in either county, they would be referred to our housing support program, CalWorks, Sutter County. We have the same program in Yuba County. If there is a veteran experiencing homelessness, we have our HUD VASH program that provides motel vouchers for our veterans. If there are single or couples with no children in Sutter County, so we have the Mission, that is a men-only shelter. It is located in Yuba County, but it provides services for both counties. The Salvation Army Home Depot, that is located in Yuba County, but it provides services for both counties. The Homeless to Housed, the Motel Emergency Project, that is for Sutter County residents only, and it's for 50 years for individuals that are 50 and over and chronically ill. And our upcoming Sutter County Emergency Shelter Services. In Yuba County, we have the Mission, Salvation Army, and 14 Forward Emergency Shelter. Then we have, for individuals that are experiencing domestic violence, they would be referred to CASA. They provide emergency shelter. So activities that are taking place throughout our community are Open Doors. This was a joint effort between Sutter County and the city of Yuba City. This is a monthly event that takes place. The goal, as I mentioned, is to reach those individuals that are not necessarily maybe coming in to coordinate entry to the physical site. Because remember, coordinate entry is a system where if an individual that maybe is not ready to come into town, they're living at the river bottoms, and they come to our monthly event, we have staff on site to provide the assessment and get them on that shelter list. We also have the city of Yuba City providing animal services, rabies shots, animal license vouchers, and leashes, because overall, so we mentioned public safety. We want to reduce rabies. We want to reduce, that's our goal with that. And we want all the pets to be licensed. They provide leashes. As I mentioned, coordinated entry services are there, access to the shelter by name list. And Sutter County Public Health, they provide flu shots, Hep A vaccines, HIV testing, Narcan. This treats opioid overdoses. Adventist Health Street Nursing Program, and I'll talk a little bit about them. They're there to provide wound care and triage those issues that oftentimes what happens is they go untreated. It could be a minor thing that can grow into something more challenging for the client, and so they want to address that before it gets worse. Sutter County One Stop, they provide employment resources on site, the Yuba Sutter Veteran Services to connect with our veterans. Fortunately, we don't have a huge veteran homeless population. However, when we do encounter a few, it's good to have those resources on site. Our REST, Regional Emergency Shelter Team, when they are open, they're there to inform them that that is a viable option. And Sutter County Eligibility, they're there on site to provide CalFresh information, ID vouchers, get them connected to benefits, and haircuts. This has been a huge hit. It's been very welcomed. The folks, their favorite part has been the haircuts, that immediate change and feeling good about themselves. Very rewarding. So let me tell you a little bit about the Adventist Health Nursing Street Program. We're very fortunate that is now in our community, both Sutter and Yuba. And what that is composed of is the patient care coordinator and a nurse. So what they do is the patient care coordinator connects them to resources, provides established primary care doctor, helps with insurance, transportation, other referrals, very much needed. And the nurse, they provide, I've seen where they do the blood pressures. We've, at one Open Doors, we had an individual that his blood pressure was so high, we had to call the ambulance right on site, and they had to transport him. So that's the whole purpose, because oftentimes, as Rob mentioned, the benefits are there, but they're not established with a primary care doctor, so they end up going to our ER, and we want to minimize that impact. I want to talk to you about Housing First. So Housing First, this is an evidence-based approach. This is a Senate bill that was passed, Senate Bill 1380. And what it does, it requires that all state funding for homeless programs incorporate Housing First into their programs. So what does that mean? That means that programs cannot put barriers such as you must be clean in order to come into a shelter. Everybody is ready to be housed. People experiencing homelessness should be returned to or stabilized in permanent housing as soon as possible and connected with the resources required to sustain that housing. Underlying issues are best addressed after that person is in a stable housing environment. Requirement for funding. So we need to identify those with the higher needs, chronically homeless, and as Dr. Herrick mentioned, that is very challenging because of the HUD regulations. Connect to permanent housing immediately. As he also mentioned, we have very little housing. But the caveat is we cannot establish preconditions in order to access housing. Provide supportive services to help maintain housing, minimize barriers to retention. Anybody that is housed, their basic needs are met, they're going to be successful. They're going to be more successful than if they were to be provided services on the street. So now our Sutter County Homeless to House Motel project. This was a project, as I mentioned, it was established in 2017. It's a motel-based project, temporary emergency shelter, low barrier. And what happens is individuals that go into one of our two Hands of Hope coordinated entry, they are then assessed. Their vulnerability they're assessed. And then if they meet our criteria, they're 50 and over and chronically ill, they are referred to our program. We are at a 8 to 10 bed capacity program, and we're always full. We are always full. As soon as there's a bed available, we fill it up the next day. We provide on-site case management. So currently we have 0.4 FTE staff working in that program. Sutter County, we're getting ready to bring on more staff and hopefully increase our capacity, and also with the shelter in mind. Let's see. Oh, yes.
Public know that those pictures up there were all folks that graduated.
Oh, yes. These are all our graduates from our program. I do have one story that I would like to share a little bit in a minute. But yes, these are all pictures of individuals that have gone through our program. The eligibility, as I mentioned, they must be on the coordinated entry list, 50 and over, and chronically ill. The average age for the participants in our program is 70, the 70s. And it's, as Dr. Rob mentioned, we have a huge, very vulnerable elderly population that are homeless. Staff goes to the motel. We provide on-site case management. We don't expect them to come to us. We go to them. It is client-centered. A plan is developed to address permanent housing. That's the first goal, address permanent housing, establish income. Some of our folks, they are on disability, some that may be eligible. We get them connected to those resources immediately. We establish primary care. We have individuals that haven't gone to a doctor in 10, 15 years. So that's key. Food resources, connect them to our local food bank, pantries. We assist them in budgeting. Landlord-tenant relationships. Oftentimes, we have staff that, they go and they make those connections with the landlords because some of our participants may have forgotten how to have those appropriate relationships with the landlord. Transportation. So whatever it takes, that's what we do. We provide post-housing care for up to 6 months, and this is to ensure that they continue to be established, they continue to be housed. That's our goal. We don't want them as clients ever again. That's the goal. Our shelter, the Sutter County Emergency Services Shelter, will follow the same model as far as services. We're looking at 20 to 30 units, double occupancy. It will be a 24-hour shelter. The eligibility is 18 and over and a Sutter County resident. And as far as the services, they will mirror what we are currently doing in the Homeless to House Motel project. I want to share this story. This is Kathleen. She is 71 years old. She was living on the streets for 3 months after a dispute with her roommate in January of 2018. Kathleen has severe dementia, which made living independently no longer possible. Kathleen found the REST program, the Regional Emergency Shelter Team, and she was able to stay there. But once they closed, we had to find another place for her. So she was referred. She went to coordinate entry, and then she came to us. We worked with Kathleen. She had already established income. She needed a safe place for her to be. And so what we did is we were able to connect her to assisted living facility, and she's been there. I think we just celebrated our 1 year with her as being permanently housed. So another success story. If you have any questions or would like more information regarding anything that I mentioned, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. Are there any questions? No?
Any questions from the dais right now? One question, ma'am. On the, I think it's H to H, the criteria is, what is it, 50 years old and a medical condition? What's the purpose of having the criteria on that?
So the purpose was to provide services to our most vulnerable population for that reason, and our elderly. So we have individuals that we are constantly being referred by the hospital. So as you know, the hospital now is required to, if they are homeless, when they're in the hospital, by the time they are discharged, there has to be a plan in place. They cannot just discharge them to anywhere. They have to have a place to sleep.
Okay.
So our hospital has been an amazing partner. They have access to our coordinate entry system, enter individuals. And the coordinator for the street outreach program will often call, and if there's an individual that maybe just had surgery, we've had several that just, we had a gentleman that he had his leg amputated, and he was 62. So that's a perfect candidate. That's a perfect candidate.
I suppose that's just the criteria for that one
Correct.
program.
That is the criteria. Just
so many programs, and they all have criteria.
They
it's
do.
so easy for somebody to fall through the cracks. I'm trying to wrap my head around the reasoning behind restricting people who otherwise would qualify.
That was it was for the vulnerable. So that's
okay. Not your necessary question to answer. I'm just kind of curious about your input.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But that is something that we can definitely put as a resource and determine what. But the purpose of coordinated entry is for that not to happen.
Sure.
So if a individual that is homeless, over 18 and over, they're not chronically ill, they would be assessed, and then if they're from Sutter County, we would refer them to the mission. We don't have that would be the purpose of our shelter. Yeah. So that would be a perfect match for that individual. that is not 15 or over, and they're single, they're not a family, they don't qualify for CalWORKs. In Yuba County, we're fortunate, we have 14 Forward to catch that population so they don't fall through the cracks. But as we all know, we don't have enough shelter beds.
It seems like everything's pretty saturated right now.
Everything is always saturated.
All right. I guess my head goes back to, we want to take care of things, but I go back to the very basics. I think Elaine brought it up, and I really appreciate the concept. The first question I would ask, one, are you homeless? But then, are you a needer or a taker? And that changes my mind, the way I think about where they're going to go, regardless of how old they are or anything. Anyway, probably getting ahead of myself for discussion later, but that's just where I go. I think it's that easy.
So one of the questions that we do ask with everyone that goes through coordinated entry, do you want to be permanently housed?
Exactly.
And we do ask that question.
Good.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's everybody wants to be housed, and with I've been personally going out to the lunch is provided over on 2nd Street with Mr. Jim Leonard, and I always ask, are you interested in housing? What is it? Do you want help? And I've never been told no.
All right.
Never been told no. So
we'll probably have other time for comments, but are you aware of any education or way we're informing our homeless population on essentially how to be a good neighbor? Because they are using our gutters for a toilet. They are, these folks that live in these neighborhoods, they damn near need a bear box instead of a toter to keep them from raiding them. And that's just ridiculous to me. In the interim, are we telling them how to maybe clean up after themselves?
we work with those that are in our program, but I think that's always something that we can always continue educating.
Right.
Just the same way
yet another Band-Aid, but in the interim, I think it'd be a good idea to kind of pass that on, because there's a lot of people that are legitimately upset about the way they've been treated in their neighborhoods. But sorry for putting that on you. Just had to make the comment. Anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, through the mayor. I don't know if this thing's working, but
Yeah, you're working.
there it is. Okay,
You're good.
Thank you. Imelda, one of the things, great presentation. I really appreciate you
Thank
taking
you.
all of the presentations, not just Imelda. Okay, just you were good too, Steve. Anyway, so the question keeps coming up, or I've heard a theme of questions in reference to these rules of how individuals that are homeless. Why do we have multiple rules? How do we? Thank you. How do we? Maybe I need to move next door, huh? How do we? Why do we have all these rules? And sometimes those things are beyond the control of the service agencies. And I think your questions are fair, Mayor, where you're sounding similar to what I've seen in community meetings, frustration of our hands being tied as well. And I apologize for my voice. I swear I'm not smoking. I don't do it. It's just a cough and cold. And that those rules seem to sometimes really frustrate people. And the purpose of the coordinated entry was to help reduce some of that duplication.
Correct.
Where a person of homelessness, whatever their status, was to help them clearly, because it was really hard to navigate one place to another, and to another. And frankly, sometimes we found individuals utilizing multiple services, and the service agency had no clue that this was happening. So these coordinated entries help some way or another to reduce this. Now, the questions about the behavior of how to modify a person's, taking a person out of a homeless situation that they've been for a year, or if it was chronic, depending on Patrick's presentation or not, which HUD you're looking at. That changing a person's relational behavior is one of those things that is done in the coordinated entry. They work really hard on that. How do you live now in an apartment with neighbors and respect the community that you live in? They work really hard on those two, Mayor. I've seen it firsthand. And so I think that what we're hearing so far is that some of the things in the coordinated entry are proving some success. We have a ways to go, but I really appreciate showing the 171-year-old with dementia not having no place to go and being able to serve and provide assistance to her. That warms my heart for today, at least, to say the least. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I got one more.
Oh, yes.
I have written down here. I may as well ask it now. Congratulations for being standing here when I want to ask this question. Do we have any questions on the statistics on the literacy rate among homeless?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
I'm glad that that's being addressed because we can post signs all day long. If they can't read it, they're not going to be able to know what to do or how to do it.
Exactly. So
Okay.
we ask on education, what's the highest level of education? And during the assessment, the individual that provides that assessment would make those notes if they had an issue with reading, writing, because definitely we need to address that. And you're right, a flyer doesn't work if they can't read it.
That's right.
So our assessment is lengthy. But it works. We're getting great data, so we're able to make informed decisions for programs based on data. And you're right, coordinated entry, it's streamlined that process. So individuals like Kathleen, with her disability, she wouldn't have the cognitive ability to go to various places and apply all on her own. That wouldn't happen. But through coordinated entry, the REST program, all of us working together, we were able to assist her in navigating all those different, very difficult systems. And so it's working. We're
Thank
seeing
you.
it's working.
It looks like we have one more question here.
Oh.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Mayor.
sir.
Readdressing the mayor's concern. You're doing some good things with the people that are in the system. But the mayor's concern, and really what I heard in the opening comments, isn't the ones that's in the system. It's the ones that are the public nuisance day in and day out, that are defecating in the streets, on the doorways of businesses, going through trash cans at 2 a.m., coming in and out of the neighborhoods. What are you doing to educate them, is my first question, of how to be a good neighbor if they continue to choose to be homeless? Because as you said, no one's ever said they don't want permanent housing, but anybody that deals with anybody in the mental health will tell you there's a point in time they know how to work the system and they know how to answer the right questions to get through the system.
Sure.
So what are we doing to educate them to not do these things would be my first question. And can I go ahead and give you my second one?
Sure.
Is can you explain to everyone here how someone gets into your coordinated entry points, and what's that like?
Okay.
So because you keep referring to it, and we've got a lot of people here that are in the industry, but at the same time, there's a lot of people from the public that need to understand they're coming through Salvation Army, coming through the hospital. What are you doing to get them through a coordinated entry point?
So coordinated entry is a system, right? We have 2 physical sites, one in each county. And we have many, many, many partners from the hospital, nonprofits, faith-based, government agencies, and they have access to enter information into this coordinated entry system. So it's the no wrong door model. So what it is if someone goes to Sutter County, to Yuba County, we immediately funnel them to the appropriate agency. If we encounter someone at the river bottoms, if we encounter someone, our law enforcement, can we do more outreach and education? Of course we can. I think we can always be better. We can definitely always improve our information to the community as far as how to access the coordinated entry. But yeah, so the individuals could be referred, and then what you wanted to know exactly how they get into coordinated entry?
I think you've sort of answered my question.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's an individual-based system for them to somehow have an event that triggers them going into the system, whether it be medical or law enforcement or voluntary, but there's not an ongoing. We're not doing as other municipalities have done, to where we're walking the streets, we're walking the river bottoms, trying to get them into the system to solve the problem. We're really relying upon them. And at this point, we've got a vast majority that are probably choosing to reside in our river bottoms as a campsite.
And I know Chelsea Burke, the coordinator manager, is up next. But one of the things that we did conduct during our point in time count is we asked that question: are you connected with coordinated entry? If they said, I don't even know what you're talking about, that we took that information down and then we follow up with them. The vast majority were already connected to coordinated entry. So,
Okay, and then back to the first one with the mayor's follow-up, the general population.
the general population. We're working on, this is one of the first ones to educate the community. We're putting a plan in action, and that will be discussed a little bit later by our the Yuba County CAO as to what the plan is to educate both Yuba and Sutter counties. Thank you.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to keep you on the front lines here.
No
but
worries.
There are some, excuse me, a lot of the people that I represent are suffering from something we call compassion fatigue. I think as we're all growing up, we're taught societal taboos, and a lot of people feel that these days that the so-called homeless they're allowed to do as they please without accountability, without enforcement. I'm sure that I would hope that the sheriff and the police department are allowed to stop these societal taboos that we've all been taught. I mean, as a young man or as a young child growing up, you knew that if you thought about relieving yourself on the street or whatever, that there was a price to pay. I think a lot of people don't understand, and I'm hoping that you can explain maybe a little bit, as they have discussed earlier, why we seem to be allowing these people to do everything that they please without accountability. And I would guess that the sheriff and the police chief might be able to give me a better answer. They maybe have some restrictions, but maybe you've got something to add to that.
I would leave that up to our law enforcement and our legal and our CAOs. That would be more appropriate, I think, for them to address that. Thank you.
We're going to take a break and let's do, and by the way, thank you, ma'am. We'll do 15 minutes. We'll come back at 5 after the hour. All right, unfortunately, I'm told we're about 20 minutes behind, so we want everybody to be heard and say what they have to say, but we do need to kind of speed up a little bit. Welcome back, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, we have Chelsea Burke, who's the manager of Yuba Sutter Coordinated Entry.
Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start with Scott Thurman to talk a little bit about the homeless consortium itself.
So I just wanted to take a few minutes just to inform you of the activities of the Sutter Yuba Homeless Consortium and just some of the history. I think some folks might not be aware of what the Sutter Yuba Homeless Consortium is and the related activities. And just very briefly, the consortium actually started in 1990, and the goal was to address at that time the increase in homelessness and the related substance abuse issues with the homeless population. And at that time, the consortium was instrumental in starting the depot program that was eventually taken over and operated today by the Salvation Army. The overall goal of the consortium is really to coordinate and collaborate with service providers and to coordinate that process, and also to implement some of those services across the continuum of care in both counties. You'll want to know that in the mid-2000s is really when the consortium became fully operational and at some point in time during the 2000s became a 501c3, but became operational fully in 2006. And the consortium, you're going to hear the term, or you probably have heard the term, continuum of care. And you'll want to note that the Sutter-Yuba Homeless Consortium is the HUD and State Department of Housing recognized continuum of care. And what that means is that the consortium operates as a pass-through for funding and also for coordination of services, and is recognized by the state and the federal government. And within that, you'll note that the requirement within, at least on the federal level, is that there be a widespread level of participation and a variety of entities involved in the consortium and COCs. Specifically, the Hub would like to see faith-based organizations, nonprofits, government entities, stakeholders, homeless, and so on, involved in the process. And so that's the goal of the consortium, to have that broader level of participation. As I stated before, it now has its nonprofit entity status, currently staffed by a grants manager and a coordinated entry manager, and we'll be adding another data manager in the upcoming weeks. And we also do want to take the time to show our appreciation to the city of Yuba City. The city of Yuba City has been a long-term partner with the consortium as it relates to consortium operations. It really has been foundational. And in some ways, the consortium would not exist at this point if it weren't for the city of Yuba City and the ongoing support that has been provided and the partnership within there. And that's allowed us to, at this juncture, be in the position to manage over $3 million in funding. So we want to show that appreciation, and on behalf of the board, we'd like to thank you all for your support. And then just a few of the activities, as you've probably heard some of the activities mentioned already. The consortium is in charge of the annual homeless count, and you'll note within that, as was stated earlier, that on the even years, it's just a count of the sheltered population, and then on the odd years, it's a count of the sheltered and unsheltered population. So we just had our full count in January of 2019. And we want to let you all know who the actual board members are. So there's a larger membership of the Homeless Consortium, but there's also a governing board. And as I mention your name, board members, if you can just kind of wave your hand and let folks know who you are. But just going through the list, we have Chris Sachs from the city of Marysville, Marysville Police Chief. Grace Espindola from the city of Yuba City. Brenda Stranix from Economic Development, John Flo from Sutter County, Terry Rayleigh from the United Way, and Kaya Galicia from Yuba County. Kaya was here earlier. Oh, there she is. Okay. Marcia Krause-Taylor from Casa de Esperanza. Okay. Rick Milholland from Hands of Hope, and Ann Fletcher from Bridges to Housing. Okay, Ann is not here. So just wanted to share that overview, and then Chelsea will share about one of our core programs, coordinated entry, and give you a few details on that. You've heard quite a bit already about coordinated entry, so she'll get into the details just a little bit to provide you that information.
Good morning. So Yamilda talked a lot about the coordinated entry process and how it's a requirement of HUD to have a coordinated entry system for funding to come into the COC. And the purpose of the coordinated entry system is to help vulnerable persons connect to shelter services and housing. And so, as we talked a little bit before, we have 2 locations. We have the Life Building Center in Marysville, and then we also have Hands of Hope in Yuba City. And Hands of Hope oversees the coordinated entry system. They provide case management, basic service needs, life skill services, showers, and laundry. And I know there was a question earlier about how do people get connected to coordinated entry. And so we do a lot of advertising, but Yuba County right now currently goes down with law enforcement and a social worker, and they're going into the encampments themselves, and they're letting people know about coordinated entry and encouraging to come on up. Through Pitt Count, that happened as well. A lot of encouragement to come to coordinated entry. Sutter County currently right now does their open doors, and so they're reaching out to the population that way to let them know about coordinated entry. And in the fall, we're working on a program right now where law enforcement, the street nursing program, social workers, and then a coordinated entry staff person is going to be going down into the river bottoms regularly to be able to connect people to come to services up at coordinated entry. So we are making that approach and that attempt to allow people to know where they can get services and access them easily. So that process is going on, and I hope that answers that question a little bit better. As Imelda talked about, you can imagine if you're homeless, the difficulty of getting to all the different service locations. If you can imagine yourself on a day where you're trying to get somewhere, if you have to go to DMV, if you have to go to the doctor, if you have to go to all of those locations to do things, how hard that is when you're working, you have a car, you have a house to go home to and be safe at night. Well, for our population, it's really difficult to get around. It's difficult to get from place to place to place. And so that was something that HUD recognized as an issue, that we're having people try to get to all the services, not knowing a lot about what they do, and the partners not really understanding what each agency does all on its own. So the coordinated entry system came in and it's implemented so that services come into one location. And so now instead of that homeless individual traveling from place to place to place, now they come to one of the 2 locations. And when they come into that location, they're going to do what's called an intake. They're going to sit down with an intake case manager. They're going to go through a series of these questions, and then those questions are going to get entered into what we call our Homeless Management Information System. We say HMIS for a lot shorter because that's a mouthful. So into that HMIS system, all of that information from the intake goes in, and then we create a score from that. The computer system does. And that score is a vulnerability score. And so that score is how we connect people to shelter and rapid rehousing. And then our case managers from there are going to work with clients to connect them to the services that they need, they require. And then the important part is to connect them to the most effective program that meets their situation. So it's not just going from place to place to place, hoping that you'll find the right program. It's getting the one that's most effective for you. And so it's cutting down for the partner agencies and having to do a lot of intakes, maybe not having the correct person for their program, but it's also making it more efficient for the client and the agency. And so they're able to access those services. And then on-site in our coordinated entry locations, we offer life skills and services. So Social Security comes in once a month to help people with any questions they may have, help to work with that. We have a counseling service by a licensed therapist who come in to offer counseling services for clients who want to access that. The street nursing program comes in twice a week to be able to help with wound care, any medical issues they may have, and they're able to help connect you to a doctor as well. We have medical benefits that comes in every week so people can sign up for medical benefits to get help that way. We have Sutter County Public Health comes into the Hands of Hope, and they're teaching health education, how to take care of yourself, how to eat better. They teach nutrition and budgeting as well as how to take care of your health and the issues that are going on that way. We have Sutter County One Stop that comes into Hands of Hope to offer job employment training. We're creating a thing called Workforce Connections, and that's where we take clients and mentors and we pair them together so that the client has a mentor out in the community. It's everyday people just like all of you who are willing to invest the time into clients. So they come alongside and teach and work with them to help get employment and get back on their feet. We're actually having our second mentor training tomorrow at 5 o'clock at the Life Center building if anybody's interested in coming alongside of a client and helping to educate them on how to be that good community member, how to get back into the workforce and to be housed and to be successful and to create that. And we're not just looking for you to be in that short period of time where they get employed and you walk away. We're looking for somebody to be a lifelong support for them, to be able to help them and just be that contact for them. So if you're interested, you can see me after, and we would love to have that happen. We're also holding house meetings on how to be good community members, how to take care of the environment around you, how to care for people out on the street, how to kind of break down those barriers and start to build and reconnect. So we're doing those, we're implementing those about once a month just to be able to communicate with our clients what we're hearing, how to help them to better educate on how to be just that better good neighbor as a community member, as everyone has been talking about. So I also wanted to share some information that we pull from that HMIS system that I was talking about. Now, this is different than the PIT because these are just coming from the people who are coming into coordinated entry, so the numbers are a little bit different. We're going to talk about some monthly data and then the data that we've started collecting since we were opened in September of 2017. So for our monthly data for new family members accessing coordinated entry just in the month of April, it's 33. For new individuals entering into HMIS in Sutter County alone is 26. We're connecting people to shelters all the time. For the Homeless to House project, we connected 2 people in April. And since we, for the year of May 2018 to April 2019, there's been 12 people connected to that. For the Depot program, there was 5 people connected in April and 158 people connected since for the year of May 2018 to April 2019. And then we're constantly exiting people from homelessness, and they're returning back into the community and becoming a part of that. And in Sutter County in the month of April, 4 individuals ended their homelessness and 1 family ended their homelessness. And since coordinated entry opened for both locations, 205 households have ended their homelessness and come back into the community. For our total data, the total number of households entered into HMIS since we opened in September 2017 is 1,890 households. To break that down in Sutter County alone, that's 478 family members, 525 individuals. For the family unit breakdown on that, in Sutter County, it was a total of 171 total units. For children, it was 265. And so we do some statistics to break down kind of what we're looking at, kind of like Robert did with the PITs. This is kind of looking at what we have in our area. For the total population, we have 191 people between the ages of 18 and 24. 2% of the total population is male in that age category, and 7% are female in that age category. For the age group of 25 to 54, there's 1,413 head of households. That's for male, 28% of our total population, and female, 42%. In the age category of 55 to 69, there's 371 head of households entered. For male, that makes up 10%, female, that's 8%. And for our age category of 70 and above, there's 37 individuals. About 0.8% are male and 1% are female. And we take a look at some of the barriers, and all of these are self-disclosed, what people are telling us at their intakes. 35% have a behavioral health disorder. 30% have a substance use disorder. 28% have a physical disability. For domestic violence, 6% state they became homeless due to domestic violence, and 11% state they have experienced domestic violence in the last 6 months. For the chronic homelessness that Robert was talking about, which is either homeless for a year or homeless 4 times in 3 years, totaling a year with a chronic condition, 9% of our individuals fall into that category, and about 0.25 of our families fall into that category. And for our veterans, we're about 4%. And so when we take a look at with our clients, specifically within the coordinated entry, 57% have income. And the average monthly income for an individual is $386. And for a family, it's $822. 87% have medical benefits. And then just wanted to share the top 3 reasons that our individuals and families are stating they are becoming homeless. For individuals, it's family and household conflict, which is the same with families. That's the first. For the second one, for our individuals, breakup and divorce. And the third is eviction and foreclosure. For our families, the second reason that they are becoming homeless is unable to pay rent and mortgage, and the third is eviction and foreclosure as well. And our top 3 barriers for our clients for getting housing, for individuals and for families, the first 2 reasons are insufficient income, bad rental history. For families that are the individuals, the third is unemployment, and for families, it's bad credit history. So that's what we're dealing with at coordinated entry, and what coordinated entry is to do with all of our partners, all of the partner agencies who house, who find housing, and then all of the members who come in and serve and offer life skills and services. The goal is to help break those barriers, help to find housing, and how to become a good part of the community again. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions from up here? I think you answered a lot of them we've had previously before you got up here, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I, of course, have to stay to the end. I don't know if you have to leave early, but I would be interested in getting the information you mentioned about the volunteer opportunities to help the individuals.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate
Great.
that.
I'll
Thank
find you
very
after.
much.
Thanks.
And I know we're pressed for time, but I'm going to take, I have a speaker card here that I promised to give somebody an opportunity to speak earlier. Beth Ford, if you're in the room. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. And then John, I know you're not on the program, but can I ask you to do 2 minutes on the Network of Care app? Sure. I appreciate that. I think people might be interested in that. All right.
Well, good morning. I'm part of Teen Challenge, Twin Rivers Crisis Center, and I was over at, my husband and I have taken over as the new directors, and I didn't know about the meeting, or I would have been here earlier. I'm in the process of painting the house. John Law's over there. I have 36 empty beds that are beautiful beds. And May 3rd of last year, Sacramento Valley Adult and Teen Challenge. I'm not only nervous, but I'm also broken for what's happening in our city, especially among women. I was over at the rescue mission and went in and was talking to them, and they're like, "You're having a women's place?" They have a lot of women that can't come to the rescue mission. So May 3rd last year, we closed down for lack of funds, sent our women to another facility, and then this year we've joined with San Jose, NorCal, Nevada Teen Challenge. And they have been, San Jose, NorCal, Nevada has been an umbrella of Teen Challenge for 40 years. So we're plugged into a very well-oiled machine. Our success rate is about 86% of people that come in, we call them students, that come into our program, and they come in with life-controlling addictions, abusive behavior, just destructive behavior, and they lead successful, productive lives once they commit to 12 to 16 months through our program. So locally, Twin Rivers Crisis Center, we've merged with them. My husband and I have taken over. Inner West Homes is redoing our kitchen. We have a butler's pantry, a kitchen that's all brand new. If you know Inner West Homes, it's elite. And the reason Inner West Homes is doing this, one of my graduates, well, she'll be graduating June 2nd, is the secretary now of Inner West Homes. And they're so impressed with either program or, am I on the time limit?
Got a minute left.
I didn't know there was a time limit, Zach. So anyways, because she was either prison or the program, and she went through our program, Inner West Homes is doing our, how much time do I have? Oh, it's right there, 42 seconds. Inner West Homes is redoing it. Hilber's is doing, we've partnered with a lot of local businesses. And what we're looking to do when we open, I think in about July, we'll have our staff coming in, and then next weekend, my husband and I, our tiny house is done, and so we'll be opening for women. We're not sure if it's going to be women and children too, but women that have life-controlling addictions. Most of our students come from prison. They've broken every family. They burnt all their bridges, basically, and most of them are homeless because of addiction or other problems, and nobody wants them back in their home. And so we will have at least 36 open beds, and so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's good information. If you don't mind, sir. Go ahead. Yes, there's 120 seconds. I think it might be some good information. You ready?
This is low. John Flo, Sutter County Public Health, Program Manager, Community Services. We have a website called the Network of Care. It's at www.sutter.networkofcare.org. And when you open up the site and go into there's one for behavioral health, and there's also one for veterans. So you go to the behavioral health site, open that up, and there's an app that you can open up on your phone and find all of the services that are provided in our two counties. And most of you may be aware of, most of our county services are by county. There's just a few that are not. So just to let you know that that's there, and there's about 496 services that are listed. So it's at www.sutter.networkofcare.org.
Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
I know that it's an app right here on the phone, and it covers a lot of services, and it's very handy, especially for law enforcement. You encounter somebody out there at 3 a.m., you can pull up that app, and where can I find housing right now? Where can I find food right now, or whatever? It's all right there. The map comes up based on your location. You hit the little red teardrop thing, and it opens right up with the address and their hours and phone number. So, Network of Care. There you go. Anyway, I just thought that might be valuable for folks. And Steve, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Kaya Galicia, Yuba County Homeless Project Manager.
Good morning. I'm Kaya Galicia, the Yuba County's Homeless and Housing Project Manager. I'm here today to talk about 14 Forward and the efforts that Yuba County has made towards creating shelter. So, like this. Originally, the plan was for you guys to all be able to come to 14 Forward and do a tour. So I'm going to leave this picture up here for a little bit while I talk. This is 14 Forward. We were established in 2016, and with what had happened, kind of a history of why and how we came to be. It was December of 2015, and there was quite an increase in visible homelessness throughout the county, and some talk was being had about maybe doing evictions from the river bottoms, and after deliberation and many conversations, it was decided that that's not a good idea. And that, by the way, that did not come from the county. But the county kind of stepped in and said, that's not a good idea. If we do evictions, if evictions happen, we're criminalizing homelessness and adding to the list of barriers of why people can't get housed. But two, where are they going to go? They still don't have any place to go. So we have to do something that is creative and new and different. And so our CAO, Robert Bendorf, brought everybody to the table. All of the department heads came to the table, and many conversations about what are we looking at? How many homeless people do we have? What resources are currently being lended to this problem, and how can we do something different that's going to bring people out of the river? And so, from those conversations, 14 Forward kind of emerged. Each department head was responsible for bringing back some ideas of what we could do next, and the idea of a tent city popped up, and our CAO said, we're going to do this classy, and we're not going to have a tent city. So we're going to do something that's nice. And so we kind of did some research on the tiny home villages that are in Eugene, Oregon, and bringing that concept back to Yuba County. So that kind of those conversations we're having pretty regularly, and there was a lot of effort being had to come up with some solutions. And through that, the county hired Scott Thurman as a consultant to help us to kind of determine where we were going to go in our next steps. They hired me as the project manager and had several meetings, lots of meetings, and trying to figure out what's next and how can we do this. And from those meetings, we learned a couple of things. There were lots of different definitions of what homelessness was. So if you asked the sheriff's office, how many homeless folks do we have, you would hear something about 150 to 200 people living along the river bottoms. If you asked, at that time, if you asked Health and Human Services, how many homeless folks are on your rolls, we got a number of about 1,600. And then we went back to the Homeless Consortium and said, how many people are homeless according to point in time? And that number was roughly 700 people. So very different definitions of what homelessness meant. And so from that information, we decided to put together some teams to go into the encampments, the 3 major encampments in Yuba County, and do some assessments and some counting and figure out what was really happening down at the river. And from those assessments, we learned that there was roughly 200 people that were living at the river. And we asked the question, why aren't you coming out? Why do you choose to live at the river instead of take advantage of the services that are being offered? Because at the time we had we did have good services that were being offered and with very, very high success rates. And we learned that people were just not ready to come to be in a very structured environment. They might have had substance use issues and were not ready to quit cold turkey. We also learned that people had animals, and at that point there were no shelters that would accept animals. And so we knew that whatever we did had to be different, had to be a little bit innovative, different from anything else that had been done in our community before. And so all of the conversations led to 14 Forward. So 14 Forward is county-owned property in the city of Marysville. And so we have this, we actually, it's a perfect location right next door to the Twin Cities Rescue Mission. And on the other side of the levee is one of our major encampments. And so our neighborhood at 14 Forward, they have been exposed to our population for quite some time with the traffic that may go back and forth because of the proximity to the homeless encampments already. 14 Forward is 20 tough sheds, and each tough shed has 2 beds in it. Our code enforcement and community development department kind of did the layout for the land so that we make sure that we had windows and that when the wind came through, it would cool down the facilities, and helping kind of figure out is it called ingress and egress for emergency personnel, all of that. So our community development really put that together for us. And this program has been duplicated in other areas. Oakland, for example, forgot to put extra windows in, and their units were very hot. On site, we have portable restrooms and a hand washing station. We have a shade structure so people can get out of the. People have a place to kind of go to get out of the direct heat, and we have in summertime we have a mister so that people can. It kind of cools them down. We have a fenced dog run as well as animal kennels so that people can have their pets with them on site. We have a storage container so that people can have their items with them as well. We do unit checks every day to make sure that people, that their units are looking nice and that they don't have too many belongings inside of the unit. And so any excess belongings get stored in that storage container, which is on site. We have a trailer for our site host. So this is something that is it was a bit of a challenge to find the right person to be our site host. This position is a volunteer position, and we really decided to make it somebody who had been who kind of knew the population, and what we found is that the person that we have now is amazing. He has experience with homelessness and addiction, but he also has quite a good support system, and he's involved in many activities so that he's not so that he can balance, right? So he's there for the clients, but at the same time he has his own support system so that he can balance and not get drawn into some of the activities that happen on site. We and then last year we added a modular unit, which also serves as our office. And in that unit, we have a big group room so that we can hold weekly house meetings with everybody, and that also serves as a shelter during inclement weather. So if it's extremely hot or extremely cold, our units they don't have electricity, and so people can access that shelter for the inclement weather. We also have on-site case managers, and they do very intensive case management. And when we began, you can see the list of things that we've provided on-site when we began. And that was back in 2016. And in 2017, with the creation of the Life Building Center, we really kind of picked up all of those services that were being provided on site at 14 Forward, and we dropped them at the Life Building Center so that those could be available to the greater homeless population and not just our small population that was at 14 Forward. The intensive case management. So we have case managers that meet with our folks every week. We have somebody on site every day to do some day-to-day case management, but we have the intensive case management happens weekly, and we're setting tasks, setting goals with people. We look at their assessment. We look at what their barriers are to retaining housing and obtaining housing, and we really kind of one step at a time just kind of knock those barriers down. So we are working diligently with the client, and the client has to partner with their case manager to really get those things done. The client comes in on a 21-day stay, like the initial stay is 21 days. And in that 21 days, they are kind of, I like to say, acculturating. So they're getting used to our culture at 14 Forward. We do, like I mentioned, we have daily unit checks. So people have to get up in the morning and make sure that their unit looks presentable. They are required to do, I won't say required, we highly encourage them to participate in services at the Life Building Center, from the employment classes that happen there to the education and the life skills and the housing readiness and all of the various things that happen at the Life Building Center. So we really encourage our folks to get over there. But in that first 21 days, if the client is engaged in the process and showing that initiative and wanting to better their situation, then we can extend that. And so and that's done on a weekly basis after that first 21 days. So we've learned some lessons. So first of all, know who's on first. Second, it takes a village. Third, fake it till you make it. And fourth, all in good time. So we have to know what are we doing? Who's doing what? If we don't know who's doing what, we're going to be running all around like we're just not going to be focused and really duplicating efforts, and that just is a waste of time. So we really took inventory. We took stock of what we had. We took that inventory and took the time to figure out who was doing what and what gaps were there. What did we need to do? We also learned that we have to have everybody involved. Everybody is a stakeholder in this process. Homelessness spans the whole community, your businesses, your neighborhoods, your homeowners, your property owners, the homeless themselves. So initially we had meetings with all of these stakeholders, and we would have lunch with the leadership down from the river bottom. So the leadership that was in the encampments, we would bring them in and have lunch with them and have conversations about how we would make this program. How is this program going to work for you? What's needed? What do you guys need in order for this to be successful? What things can we put in place that is needed for you to be successful? And then we keep having those conversations. So also in the beginning, as we opened, the police chief and I went door to door and talked to the neighbors in the community that was next to 14 Forward, just letting them know that we were doing it, and that if they had any concerns or questions, we gave them our business cards. And at one point, we did have a concern that came up to us. There was some excess littering throughout the neighborhood. And with that information, I took that back to our clients, and I was like, look, guys, I don't know if this is you or not, but this is happening, and what can we do about it? And they decided amongst themselves to do a neighborhood cleanup event, and so we helped them to make that happen. Bringing those issues back to the clients, letting things really be client-driven, client-led, those are very important lessons. fake it till you make it. Just we jumped into 14 Forward, and we did not have we didn't know everything that we were doing. This was a learning process every day for about a year. Like, we were learning new things every day, and every day we would make small modifications to our program. So initially we had one staff person on site, and they were handling the whole caseload. That was we learned very quickly that was not a good model to use, and so we quickly changed our case management model and changed the way that we were handling staffing. Doing something is important, and learning from that and making the modifications on a quick, you turn on a dime kind of thing. So we were doing that constantly. And the fourth, it takes time, and it takes time to make a big impact. So we've been at this for 3 years, and it might seem like we aren't making a dent. Our numbers our point in time count numbers from 2017 to 2019 only dropped by 40 people. So it takes a long time for things to show up in the community as being solved. So while we're making these little steps towards success, keep in mind that those baby steps will have an effect. It just might not be visibly in effect as quickly as we want it to be. So I want to show our first video that California State Association of Counties did for us as we opened. It was kind of a ribbon cutting kind of video, and hopefully the link will work. Oh, maybe not. Are there questions while I'm just standing here? Since we have dead time.
To the mayor.
Yep.
Yeah, Kai, I just want to make a comment. You said you've only done very little, but you did take 40 families and put them in housing in the last 3 years. So that's a great thing. That's 40 folks that are out of our river bottoms, and they're in housing. So I want to thank you for that.
So, and I'll say that's on a big scale, but we have successes every day, and I apologize, I didn't even talk about success that we're experiencing, but we have in the first 2 years we brought in over 250 people, and roughly 100 of those exited into a permanent housing solution. So we have about a third of our folks that move from homelessness to housed, and it's kind of it's exciting to see the success that comes out of this program. I don't think my video is going to work. So I just want to, since it's not going to work, I'm going to tell you a really quick story, and then I'll be done. We had a gentleman who, I know there's some stigma around homelessness, and people think that, they don't want to go to work, and they don't want to have the initiative. So we had served a client who, he came in, the first time he came into our program, he was being abused by his significant other, and experienced a lot of just a very low self-esteem, he had been beat down emotionally, physically for quite some time, and he did not have that internal motivation that sometimes is needed for those types of things. What?
You might be able to access off the internet the video.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to keep talking. Oh, sorry. Oh, if you look at CSAC.
CSAC YouTube.
CSAC YouTube, 14 Forward.
Just, space YouTube.
Sorry.
And then 14 Forward.
Is there a way we can continue while we're working on that in the background, or was this the finale of your presentation, Kaya?
It was the finale.
Okay.
So but let me tell my story. So the first time that he came through, and then he had to leave for other circumstances, and he came through a second time, and this second time he was really coupled with the right case manager who was doing some intensive case management work with him. We found out that he had been applying for jobs. He would. Okay, he had put in over 100 applications and not receiving any kind of word back. So we helped him with his application so that it was tight and ready to go and a strong application. He was employed at a place that was like 10 miles out of town. He did not have transportation. He rode his bike from 14 Forward to work for some time before he was able to save enough money to get out on his own, and he's still housed and he's still riding his bicycle to work. It takes somebody coming alongside sometimes to do a little bit of extra work to really come shoulder to shoulder with somebody and prove to them that they're worth it. So that's my little success story I wanted to share, and here's our video.
Where would I be at if it wasn't for 14 Forward? Probably still be down at the river, struggling.
You know, this facility has given a lot of hope to those that end up here. Gives them an opportunity to actually make a life.
In the last year, we've helped about 100 people, ranging from kids 18 years old to 82 years old.
This place right here is for those who are willing to make that change.
I've been homeless for about 7 years.
My fiance told me, she said, well, I signed us up for a transitional place. It has all the resources that we need. The first thing I told her was, whatever it takes for us to not be homeless again, I'm willing to do it.
I called up, put my name on the list, and it was the beginning of a whole new world for me.
The doors just started opening up.
I haven't always been homeless. I've worked all my life. The last couple of years, life struggles have taken place and I was homeless. I didn't know where to go, what to do. And I heard about 14 Forward, and here I am.
Became homeless about 4 years ago. I lived several different places down at the river.
We used to live right over the levee over there. 14 Forward was being built and we just seen it. We were tired of being homeless, so we wanted to get some help.
Living down at the river bottoms is not a good thing. It's scary and it's not safe. And this place offers you safety, shelter, rides, resources. It's a better place to be.
We don't want to just give them a list of tasks and wish them the best. We want to really come alongside and help them.
Everything that I needed was right here. I have mental health issues. They helped me with that. Transportation, they helped me with that.
They've helped me get an ID. I've gotten a housing voucher.
They helped me with my resume. Counseling classes with Kelly, they were a lot of help.
We put in the hard work here with the help of the counselors, and everything worked out just like they said it would.
And you slowly start to break yourself back into society.
It's been a good experience. I've learned a lot.
Oh man, it's so wonderful now. I have my own place.
Oh, my life is back on its feet. I have a job now because of the resume.
Me and my husband just recently got an apartment.
This has actually been a godsend.
I think that it's going to help me be able to stand on my own 2 feet and have a little confidence.
I feel like me again.
I think that 14 Forward is the link that everyone's missing.
This is a model that could be reproduced throughout the state.
In order for clients to be successful, we need to be client-centered. We need to be their cheerleader and really help them to know that they can do it.
They're out there. The ones who really want your help, they're out there.
For anybody who's willing to make a change and want to help, this is the place to come to.
Thank you very much, Kaya.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Jean Jordan, Sutter County Council.
Welcome,
Good morning.
Jean.
Jean Jordan, Sutter County Council. Kai is a tough act to follow. I don't have any inspirational stories or a fantastic video for you. My presentation is more a cautionary tale. I was asked to provide some materials and an overview of some of the litigation involving homelessness around the country and in California. I have materials that have been distributed, and if you didn't get them, they're out on the front table out there. So essentially, we have two types of constitutional challenges that we see in litigation regarding the homeless. The first is the Eighth Amendment, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. Courts have found that the laws prohibiting life-sustaining activities, for example, sleeping, are the equivalent of criminalizing homelessness. When considering these cases, the courts have taken a look at what beds are available, what alternatives are available to people. One of the most notable cases is Bell versus the City of Boise. It's a Ninth Circuit case which was just affirmed again this year. The Ninth Circuit affirmed that the Eighth Amendment precludes the enforcement of an ordinance prohibiting sleeping outside with no access to alternative shelters. And so the bottom line and the lesson learned there for cities and counties is that enforcement of no camping or sleeping ordinances without a place to go exposes the jurisdiction to potential litigation. The second type of challenge we see is Fourth and 14th Amendment challenges to evictions and encampment cleanups. The 14th Amendment protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures and requires due process before taking their belongings. Materials distributed today are just a snapshot of the litigation going on around the state. So I guess my message to you is you're not alone. This is happening everywhere, and all cities and counties are struggling with this type of litigation. The costs of this litigation: cities and counties have had to pay large financial settlements to the homeless, and of course, there's extensive possibility of very high litigation fees. So the bottom line is litigation in these cases is very expensive, and I would advocate that cities and counties look very carefully at their actions and looking at avoiding litigation so that you can spend money on great programs like 14 Forward. We've also seen in some of the recent cases some very creative solutions that judges are putting forward. Most recently, we've seen judges ordering that cities or counties cannot issue new development permits until low-income housing is developed. We've also seen judges requiring jurisdictions to have a certain number of shelter beds available prior to enforcement actions. The bottom line is litigation is expensive, and consideration of the risks of the litigation should be considered prior to taking any action, whether it's evicting people, no camping ordinances, or taking people's belongings. And the city attorney has indicated that he'd be happy to answer any of your questions. I'm just kidding. You woke up over there. Questions?
Yes, ma'am, I got one. Say, for example, we do have a shelter of whatever nature in place here in Sutter County. We've discussed already that resources are saturated, and it would be, I'm assuming, filled up quite rapidly. Will law enforcement then be not able to enforce our no camping ordinance if it's full? We have to keep a running tab on that for them?
Yes, actually, that's true. And we have been working both with all the law enforcement agencies so that they have the ability to check on resources and get that information at the time they run into people that they may need to, they want to assist or they need to move because of some health and safety reason. They've been connected to Kaya, Imelda, all these folks that know exactly how many beds are available. So we are doing very limited enforcement with that in mind.
All right, so once we get to that point, they will have to, before they take enforcement action, if that's deemed the most appropriate avenue, they're going to have to do a status check on do we have one bed available for this person before I cite them.
That's certainly a best practice to avoid litigation.
All right, thank you.
To the chair.
Yes, sir.
Counselor, could you perhaps explain the difference between being able to enforce or not enforce a no camping ordinance versus being able to enforce a no parking ordinance?
I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding the question. A no parking ordinance, you're talking about people who are parked somewhere illegally. Well, then law enforcement can issue a citation for that, yes, for no parking. But I think what you're getting at is people who may be living in vehicles who are parked illegally. Is that what you're referring to? Well, certainly a citation can be issued for someone who's parked illegally. As I just mentioned before, though, if there is no place for people to go where they can legally park their vehicle and live in it, a best practice would be, I would suggest that there needs to be a place for them to go before you issue any type of enforcement action. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying the best practice to avoid litigation would be to be very cautious in doing that.
Through the chair. So, Ms. Jordan, the state of California states that counties and cities, in order to enforce an ordinance of no camping, must provide a place of rest. So, can a grassy area be a place of rest?
Well, I hate to give legal advice.
That's what you're hired to do, Ms. Jordan.
Supervisor, I give legal advice to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors is my client. So you're asking me to give legal advice in a public forum. I can't give you just a yes or no answer to that. We've seen, as you can see from the litigation report I put out today, courts are taking a very interesting look. Depends on the judge. It depends on the jurisdiction. I would surmise that if there is a place to go that's been designated for people to camp and or park, to live, I would say that would be a strong argument to the court for enforcement. But I couldn't certainly stand here and say that you're gonna win a case like that.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because, and we just saw, 14 Forward is a great program within Yuba County, but we also saw that collectively with both counties, there's 972 homeless people. A temporary shelter that has been put in place has helped 40 people, individuals of homeless needs. So it leaves us 932. My dilemma is that when law enforcement goes out and starts, enforcing our ordinance, and those sites are filled up, what does the homeless person say? What do we tell the homeless population then? It's like, we want you to move out of off 2nd Street, or we want you to move out of the river bottoms, and yet you only have 40 individual sites for these people. That's a dilemma. I mean, it
Certainly is.
You're not going to have, and obviously with the projected people in Sutter County of being 566 homeless people, you don't have 566 bed space available.
That's true, but I do think something to consider is programs like 14 Forward, temporary shelters, they're temporary, and people move through those programs and hopefully into permanent supportive housing. That is the goal of all of these programs. So beds will consistently become available. It's even in some of the cases, looking at some of the cases out of Los Angeles, it's impossible for Los Angeles to have enough beds available for the number of homeless. And at some point, the courts have said, okay, you have enough beds, you can enforce, even though you don't have necessarily a one-to-one ratio.
Well, currently, right now, from what we've been told today, is that you don't have the bed space, you don't have the housing space, low-income housing space, and so that's the huge dilemma.
It puts you in a very precarious legal position.
Right.
I agree.
And I will tell you, sit here and think that law enforcement should shoulder this burden. Law enforcement shouldn't shoulder this burden. They're restricted on what they can do as well. And I hear people all the time, well, why don't you just arrest them and put them in jail? Oh, that's not the solution. That's not the solution, and that's not the, what's going to happen with the Yuba City Police Chief and obviously our new sheriff, Brandon Barnes. They're not going to do that. So, it's a huge problem, and, something that needs to be addressed. That's why I'm trying to find out, according to the state of California, if I have to provide a place of rest, where can that rest be? And where it's not infringent on, citizens of Sutter County, and where it can be put, where you're not putting up permanent housing, permanent solutions, and trying to get things done. Thank you.
Other questions?
To the chair.
Yep.
Counselor, you recently made a trip to Modesto to survey how they're handling this problem similar to ours. Can you explain to us what you learned down there in terms of handling the masses that Modesto is doing in their offer, as I understand it, to share their information with Sutter County?
Yes, Supervisor. A group of 11 people from Sutter County went on the tour. Law enforcement, Sheriff Barnes and his team, a number of people from Health and Human Services, and myself went to Modesto. They had a situation where they had a very large city park with a very large encampment. And what they did was they were able to negotiate with the city. The county and the city worked together to put this project together. The city had some land that was actually a wildlife refuge. And so they agreed to work with the county to set up a tent encampment. The tents were donated by a tent company. When we were there, I think there was about 125 tents, up to 2 people in each tent. The encampment was very well run and managed by both city and county. There was a strong law enforcement presence there, as well as case managers. They had portable restrooms, washing stations, but they didn't serve food there at the shelter because just up above the encampment, they were building a permanent long-term emergency shelter that was going to open in a couple months with, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 or so beds. And so they were, the plan was to transition people from the tent encampment up to the permanent shelter when it was completed. It was a joint city and county project that was very well run and seemed to be very well managed. They gave us a lot of very useful information.
Thank you.
Real quick for you, that was Modesto?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, thank you for giving us an update on the legal aspects of things. But I think what's troubling to most residents of Yuba City, which I represent about 68,000 of, everything's presented to the general public as rights of the homeless. Mm-hmm. And what we hear nothing about is what are our rights as residents of the city. And from the opening comments earlier today, and from what I've heard for years now, I think that's what really concerns people, is they feel like they have no rights. Their rights are being violated. And can you address that and explain to the general public what rights they still have and what actions they can take themselves to protect their own rights? What options do they have? Because getting this type of information sounds like our hands are completely tied. We have no rights as a general public. Can you please address that?
Well, I think that the idea is that, all people should have the same rights. With the general public, the homeless, really, they are part of our public, and they are constituents as well. And I think the idea is that, we want an even playing field for everyone. And I can certainly understand why, I've spent a lot of time down on 2nd Street myself. I've walked the encampments in the river bottoms. I've seen all of this, firsthand. I'm not the kind of person who just sits in my office. So I'm very well aware of the struggles of the citizens of this community and all communities who are in California that are facing these challenges. And I think that, when we look at programs like 14 Forward and some of the things that we've heard about today, we're really working together so that our citizens who are significantly impacted by this population start to have sort of it's a way out. It's a way for them to have their rights acknowledged as a community as well. So to me, the only real answer, because unless we're going to spend a lot of money on very costly litigation, the answer is for us to work together to develop these programs where we have places for people to go so they aren't impacting the general public and affecting our citizens in a very negative way.
Mr. Mayor, may I follow up? Because that did not answer my question. I'm sorry. the way everything's presented, and I have no problem working as a community doing these things, and I understand the rights of everyone that lives here, but a person's rights stop at a certain point when they start infringing on the rights of other people. So
I agree.
We've been told repeatedly, and it's this misinformation that's out there, if a person is doing something that we were talking about earlier, like the defecation on the doorsteps of a business or on the corner of a street, like I saw yesterday morning, what is the rights of the general public to do that? And should we be putting that on the backs of our law enforcement? And what can they do? How can we protect the rights of our normal citizen here, but yet afford the homeless the opportunity to get back into, through these programs, our society? Because it really, from a legalistic standpoint, from a PR standpoint, it really does seem one-sided, that they are in control, but we're paying all the taxes, we're doing everything we need to do, going to work every day and stuff, but we're at their mercy. I realize we do need to help them. I'm not against helping the homeless. Do not misconstrue that. But we've got to protect the rights of the residents that live here.
I understand what you're saying. I think maybe something that I missed in my earlier response is that the litigation that we've talked about in the presentation and in the handouts doesn't prohibit or doesn't allow the homeless to commit crimes. For instance, you're talking about defecation, when people are trespassing on individuals' private property, when sometimes we see certainly theft-type crimes related to homelessness is certainly something that we see. There's nothing that prohibits law enforcement in the community from contacting law enforcement to prohibit, or people can be arrested, cited for those types of crimes. The litigation we're talking about here, that would not prohibit that, and I do agree that the public has a right to be safe in their own homes and to be safe on their property and to be free from those types of intrusions, and certainly law enforcement is really the only mechanism we have to deal with those types of issues. I hope that comes a little bit closer to answering your question.
That does. So for the general public, because this will be made available, and for those here, if there are these issues going on, because there's been information out there that doesn't matter what's going on, police can't remove them, police can't get them. They should contact law enforcement, and if it's on private property, if it's on a business, if it's on your personal residence, law enforcement has the authority under the legal codes to move them out of that situation, to resolve it for the owner of that property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think Sheriff Barnes would agree. Thank you. I need backup. Chief Landon.
I've got just one real quick. I think back to your point, Dave, is I don't know that individual property owners' rights are necessarily lessened or anything like that. Everyone still has the same rights. The problem is we have a systemic issue where the homeless folks are violating the law, violating their private property rights, and law enforcement is restricted in what they can do. So, which is also why we're here right now. It's a resource problem as well. My question for you, ma'am, real quick, is, and there has to be an easy answer to this, but I'm just missing it. We have state parks. We can't enforce no camping ordinance, but we have state parks that charge people to camp, and if people go there without paying, they can get a ticket literally from law enforcement. What's their angle? It can't be as easy as starting to charge to camp down there for us, but just ask, how do they get away with doing that if people can camp wherever they want, apparently?
Or that is something that's been discussed. Staff have been talking about the fact that, we do charge in campgrounds for people to camp, but we don't charge the homeless to camp on a property. And I don't think we've come up with a sound solution to that, but it's something that staff are clearly looking at and trying to figure out. Right. For instance, for our fishermen who they have to pay to use the boat ramp or pay to use the parking lot, and they've certainly brought forward complaints. Why doesn't everybody else who's down here have to pay? And we've been trying to deal with that and come up with equitable solutions for it. I'm not saying we have a magic answer to it at this point.
Yeah, it'd be nice to figure out the angle, how they can get away with it, and law-abiding folks can't.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's unfair.
All right. So let's move along. Thank you very much, and try to stay with our time here. And remember, we're here focused on solutions, hopefully, and we want to get some time to discuss that if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. I just wanted to give an update on the 1965 Live Oak Boulevard homeless shelter. Do we have the overhead? Okay. It's a bit rough to see, but yeah, other way. It just took out a retina. So the location in 1965 was a unanimous choice or recommendation from the Citizens Advisory Committee. The board approved that location in 2018, and since then staff have been pursuing operational or working on operational plans, pursuing funding, and working on the site. So when the county applied for HEAP funding, the Homeless Emergency Aid Program funding, we applied for slightly under $450,000 and were awarded $300,000. So our initial plans had about $130,000 in gravel leveling, drainage issues, et cetera, site prep. And it was originally going to be here, which is, there's Live Oak Boulevard, so it was going to be in this area. After some consideration and in part due to the funding, we've moved the location to the back of the building. There's access through a side driveway here, and the shelter setup will be pretty similar to 14 Forward in Yuba County. We'll have a modular office here with a warming and cooling building depending on the time of year, and 24/7 staffing. We're working on a contract with Salvation Army for that. Tough sheds in this area. This will be all fencing. This may not be the exact outline of the fencing because we've already worked with our fire chief on looking at access for fire to ensure we have that. But we are going to put a second gated gate and fence over here with slats so that as you're driving by from the street, or even if you turned around here, you won't see from the street this location. Wednesday, I went and spoke to the behavioral health employees. I think it's 60 or 70 employees maybe. And I was so happy to see, they're a great bunch of people, and obviously they're service givers. So when I thought they would be mostly concerned about just the location, which there are some legitimate concerns that we addressed, but most of them were concerned about how they could help the people back there and how we have gardening areas, and maybe we could share our gardening area with them to help them with therapies and what else could they do, and concerned about their care because of heat and cold and things like that. So another thing we're planning is one, behavioral health is adding another security guard. They already have a 24/7 guard, so not only 24/7 staffing but 2 security guards for the property on site. Folks will not be allowed to loiter out on the property. They will have to adhere to the rules to stay in the back. There will be a gate to access the levee, which a lot of a lot of sheltered citizens use, but a lot of the unsheltered homeless folks use as well for transportation. However, for transportation to services and to coordinated entry, we'll have a shuttle that will come in, pick folks up, and take them back out and down to coordinated entry. As I mentioned earlier, the timing, we're working on a September operational date, which might seem far. It's only, 3 months now? Yeah, for beginning of September. And we believe this site will work hand in hand with the New Haven Court project that the Regional Housing Authority is working on, because this is, much like 14 Ford, temporary housing. We're trying to focus on getting people through in 90 days, get them services that they need, and that all of the speakers earlier referred to, and then get them into some kind of housing. And now we hear from Dr. Robert Herrick about the 40 units available, and that's pretty frightening. You know, we need to get as many more permanent solutions going, because again, this is temporary and transitional, and that may not fit HUD's definition of transitional, but I'm just talking in general transitional. So we're working on that, and Gus will be up next to give a brief overview on New Haven for those who aren't up to speed on that. But I'm trying to be quick here and look. I think that's, and we'll have two, I think we will be reserving two of the units for patients from our PUF, our psychiatric health facility, which is a locked facility on this end of the building. Per law, you can't release people from the PUF into homelessness, or maybe there's certain conditions you can, but in general. So it will kind of solve a bit of a problem there as well, from keeping people on the unit that are ready to be discharged. So overall, we've got a lot more planning and implementation to do, and we're working hard on that in the meantime. But do you have any questions that I can answer in regards to the facility here on Live Oak?
To the chair. Mr. Smith, we've been listening all morning to people telling us that there are hundreds of Sutter County homeless. This facility at Live Oak Boulevard is going to help, maybe 20 or 30 people, 40 people perhaps in 3 months. The opportunity to take care of several hundred with enforcement having open beds would seem to me that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Is there some particular reason, in addition to what you're doing there, we can't also try to enforce a no parking situation and provide something on 2nd Street that gives us more access to more beds, even if they're cots under tents? I'd like to know why we can't do the two at the same time.
No, there's nothing preventing that. I think if there were some solution like Modesto that you mentioned earlier, I can say from seeing the operations there, I think it was working well for them. I think you need someone 24/7, because if you just set up a bunch of tents or whatever the plan would be, my guess is that they would be stolen if no one's there watching. Or something for sure that was happening in Modesto was when they didn't have 24/7 supervision at the gates, the folks would go out and come back with trailers full of what we would probably consider junk, but they use for recycling or various ways to get money. So the lanes between the tents would fill up with garbage, and then they would stuff as much as they can into their tents. Some of the people, their tents looked great inside, just like if we went camping. Others had it packed so full of stuff that they barely had room to fit in themselves. So there are options. It's just a matter of money, basically. Providing some fencing, some 24/7 security. You're going to have garbage pickup, some kind of sanitation going on, porta potties and things like that.
It just seems to me that in the interim, you're using an aspirin for an abscessed tooth. You're going to help 20, 30, 40 people maybe, but what are you going to do about the several hundred others? I just can't believe we can't do both at the same time, or put an emphasis on trying to do both at the same time to provide more numbers so that the law enforcement guys have the ability to say, okay, we've got beds, now we can enforce. But if you're only going to talk about 20 or 30 people that you're helping, I just think that we would do well to consider walking and chewing gum, as I say, at the same time, using another facility opening as well and putting some emphasis there for the masses, not necessarily for the 20 or 30 people we can help in 3 months. and Live Oak Boulevard.
Through the chair. So obviously, from this supervisor's perspective, is that we've already went down this path, and we've already had our Citizen Advisory Committee pick this site. And after 6 or 8 months of looking at different sites, our Citizens Advisory Committee had came back with the Live Oak Boulevard site, which all supervisors had supported at the time. And so when it comes down to doing a different site, I'm not opposed to it. I think that we're committed right now to doing Live Oak Boulevard, and then if we have additional funding, yeah, we can do the the 2nd Street site as well.
Through the chair. So Steve, how many tough sheds are we looking at putting in that facility? Do we have a number set yet?
Initially 20.
20. So that would house 40 people.
20 to 40.
Yeah. And then we also would have restrooms.
A water station, probably a charging station for electronics, and then the trailer would have power, the modular unit.
Okay. And it's only a temporary unit, like we said. So people would be there an average of 60 to 90 days?
It depends on each person's situation. I'm sure there will be some that will transfer through quickly. And I think everyone, depending on their issues, whether they have substance abuse or behavioral health issues, it'll vary widely, but yeah.
So the plan is when you get rid of let's say people get in, they get the help, they move on, and another group comes in, that you keep rotating people in and out, and therefore getting through the population quicker.
Correct.
Looks like no more questions. Thank you very much, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Becerra is next.
Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Over here. Before we move on, I just have, in light of the conversation related to the New Haven development at the last council meeting, I was wondering if council had any questions about funding for this shelter, in particular the construction and then also the ongoing operation and maintenance.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do. What we're going to do, I think, is Gus the last presentation?
No, we have Gus and briefly Scott and Robert Bendorf to wrap up.
Robert, too. Okay. Well, we'll get to all those details. My intention was at the end. I believe you have to step out of the way now, sir?
I'd like to get to solutions.
Okay.
So the sooner I've heard enough about statistics, and everyone's done a fabulous job about painting the problem, but I'd like to move on to some solutions if we could, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed. We do want to get a baseline information, if not for us that we're familiar with, but the public as well. I'm going to ask Gus, you really maybe in half, if not more, if possible, because we're familiar with the project. We do have some serious questions. And while we were all here, literally around the same table, it's important that we all get together towards that end, which is the ultimate goal, is to get some next steps and some solutions. So, can you do 4 minutes?
I will do my best, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to good afternoon to all now. But for the benefit of the public, I would like to just give out a few little details. The New Haven Court project, 40 units of permanent supportive housing planned for the corner of Garden Highway and Miles Avenue where Percy intersects. The Planning Commission for the City of Yuba City approved the 40-unit project in February of this year. We have financial commitments from a variety of local agencies: Sutter County, Yuba County, City of Yuba City, the Yuba City Unified School District, the Regional Housing Authority, as well as the Sutter Yuba Homeless Consortium. We're using all these sources of financing that have been committed to leverage to bring in the lion's share of the dollars needed to build the project through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. That program only has 2 applications per year. There's a March round and a July round. We submitted our first application in March and unfortunately not successful due to the other competition in the region, primarily the Sacramento metropolitan area. And so now what our agency as the developer is doing is looking for ways to strengthen that application. And the only way to strengthen that application is to request from the state less low-income housing tax credits and have more local government leverage. And so we are working with a variety of local agencies on trying to strengthen that application for the next application due in July. Some of the questions that I've heard from different elected officials for the project when it comes to fruition is what kind of preferences will be given, and that will be for local Sutter and Yuba residents, veterans. There was a comment made earlier about not having a whole lot of veterans living in this community, but the project will have a preference for veterans as well. Vetting, there will be obviously vetting because although it is a housing first model, there are still some barriers that HUD does put in place, and that is we cannot house any sex offenders, we cannot house any violent criminals, and so our staff through the waitlist process will do the proper vetting. And finally, you've heard today just a lot about the shelters, the transitional housing that's available here, but it all leads to the path of permanent housing. You've heard data from Dr. Herrick and from other staff regarding just the limited availability of permanent housing, and so our project is a means to an end of the path to get to permanent housing. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions from anyone. Thank you,
Chair. So, Mr. Becerra, what's the cost on this project?
Supervisor Whitaker, currently we're projecting close to all in, and when I say all in for the benefit of the public, that's all your architecture, your engineering, your development impact fees to the jurisdictions, your PG&E connection fees, water, sewer, everything. We're looking at close to $13 million.
Okay. So $13 million for this facility. And one of the questions that comes up with a lot of my constituents is that if you do the math, it's close to like $300,000 per unit.
Yes, sir.
So $300,000 per unit for the homeless people. And so can you tell us what we're getting for, I mean, because it's not just the housing, it's other components. So
correct. So it's in the keywords, permanent supportive housing. So we have plans, MOUs and plans inked with Sutter Yuba Behavioral Health, as well as Hands of Hope to provide the supportive services for these residents to be successful. So, and back to the cost, many of the factors of why cost is so great is affordable housing is not affordable to develop. That's a misnomer. It's affordable for the residents, and it's affordable for the residents because of the deep target subsidies you need for us to charge an affordable rent. We can't charge a market rate rent. We have to charge an affordable rent. So you need deep target subsidy in order to make those rents affordable. But all those sources trigger prevailing wages. And if you're familiar with prevailing wages, that increases your construction costs dramatically. In addition to that, we are currently, and have been for quite some time now, in a marketplace where construction costs are very high at the moment, and we're seeing trend of 5 to 10% annually growing in construction costs. So those are just a few of the factors of why it costs so much to develop housing, and you have your PG&E fees, your water connection fees. You have all the infrastructure that's needed. We're being required, I think, by Yuba Center Transit to upgrade the bus stop that's right across, and that all of that comes at a cost. So you are correct, Supervisor Whitaker. It is an expensive project, as are all affordable housing projects. And
so one of the things that people will come to me and say, why can't we utilize existing buildings? For instance, they always pick out, the facility in Live Oak, the women's prison that was in Live Oak. Now they're not talking about putting homeless people in prisons, but they're just talking about existing facilities. The courthouse that's being vacated, Fremont Hospital that's being vacated, any other vacated buildings. Why can't we just utilize those buildings instead of experiencing these exorbitant costs?
I completely understand, Supervisor Whitaker. We haven't looked into acquiring any of those properties. I mean, and it all depends on the location. Some of them may require seismic activities, new building codes, new energy codes. I mean, they're all going to come at a cost, whether you're acquiring or rehabbing. The prevailing wages are triggered on one or the other, type of project. But all good points brought up by the public. I understand. At this point, for this site, we picked this site because we own the land and we're committing the land and using the land value as leverage. And so there's no acquisition on our end to acquire any piece of land or any building. So that helps the feasibility of the project, not having a land cost.
Through the chair. So we're talking 40 or 42 units? I've heard
40 units, sir.
40
yes.
units. And
a mixture of studios, 1-bedrooms, and a couple of 2-bedrooms sprinkled in.
What's
there.
our average square footage size?
On the studios, I want to say 500-600 square feet maybe. And for the 1-bedrooms, just progressively higher, maybe 600-700 feet. The 2-bedrooms, probably 800 or 900 square feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
So, question. I heard you talk about the target being veterans and others, but I thought this was a majority for mental illness, to serve the patients with mental illness, which we hear over and over again. We have a shortage of beds for that. So isn't that one of the main targets?
Excellent question, Supervisor Flores. The funding sources that have been committed by Yuba and Sutter counties require that about half of the target population for the 40 units, or roughly 20 units, will target homeless with mental disabilities, and the other half general homeless. So, very good question.
Okay, and then we heard earlier there was only 40 rental units available in the community. How many beds do we have right now that are for mental illness in the community? Do you know?
Through our agency, we currently own and operate one property in Yuba City with 6 units for that target homeless with mental disability, and in the city of Marysville, another small project with 10 units. So just through our agency, there's only 16.
Okay, and then we hear a large portion of our homeless population are dealing with mental illness, including some that were featured on the video program that we saw there. So I would say that we need a bigger project than what you're building, right?
I would agree with you. Yes.
Okay.
And
just checking.
We do have other land available.
I hear a lot.
Future
I
projects.
understand the cost, but there's a lot of supportive services. The costs aren't coming directly from any individual jurisdiction. The developers are willing to step up. It sounds like to me, it's crazy how much stuff costs nowadays. Just looking at those costs. But if we're not serving the mentally ill, with some project, it would be kind of crazy not to do something like that when we're talking about doubling the number of rental units that are available, and especially to affordable, and then especially to our veterans, and especially to those with mental illness. I just don't see why we would hesitate for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Through the mayor, I want to echo the concerns that Supervisor Whitaker has mentioned earlier, and I won't go over those again, other than to say that I've received a lot of those over the last several weeks, and at $200,000 to $300,000 for a 500 square foot unit is difficult for people to grasp and make logical. I also think that we're balancing, at least in my mind, we're balancing the need for this permanent housing with the need for the temporary housing, and to Supervisor Sullinger's comments, a certain portion of the funds that would be available for any of this, I think, needs to be committed towards both the permanent housing but also to the temporary housing, so that we can start to deal with this problem that's infiltrating the streets of Yuba City. It's a difficult decision for us as elected officials to try to allocate, where those funds should go, but at the same time, and again, I mentioned it earlier, is we've got to start getting to some solutions here. And I heard someone say something about Band-Aids. I don't know that they're Band-Aids. I think we're starting to address the problems. Again, very thankful for the presentations, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to talk more about that. It paints a picture. We've got a lot of need, and it costs a lot of money, and hopefully we can start to get towards a solution here.
Thank you for your time.
I have a couple questions, Gus, if you don't mind, and they're going to be really quick. Is there some consideration? Does it have to be permanent housing? Can we do perhaps long-term versus permanent, so we can use that as a rotating platform as well. Once these folks take advantage of the wraparound services, the idea is to get them to be self-sufficient. Do we have to really provide them a low-cost place to live forever?
Unfortunately, the funding sources that are all layered together require it to be permanent. Yes,
all
sir.
right. And is there a way we can limit it to just those families with kids, with homeless children?
So fair housing laws prevent us from filtering that, but we definitely and that's actually a good point, because another preference is families with children. So although we can't prevent those without children from applying, there is a higher preference for those with children.
So we can't put them at the front of the line?
We can put them at the front of the line.
And is there a way that we can, I know there is a way, but is there perhaps anything we can do if this project gets approved that we could change the development to make it be less, I guess the word would be opulent? There's a lot of features there that I think are over the top and unnecessary. Can we modify that to make it be a little, presentable but more modest, or actually very modest?
At this point in time, Mr. Mayor, because we're fully entitled with the Planning Commission, going back to the drawing board before our application due July 1 would incur a cost just with architecture and engineering to reduce that. But if we can get to breaking ground, we can definitely then work with the general contractor on some value engineering to reduce cost at the time. But knowing where we are with the tight window to make any design changes at this point in time that would trigger any CEQA second review of CEQA or NEPA or Planning Commission, we'd be going backwards, to be honest.
That all sounds like things we could possibly help you with. When's the next round after July 1st?
March of next year, sir.
March of next year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Through the mayor?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got a question for the attorney. This has already been approved by the Planning Commission. To save them time and money, can this just be, it's already been approved, we're just going to make it a little less fancy. Can this just be brought straight to council?
Yes.
And eliminate a lot of hassle and stuff for these folks?
I don't know what entitlement has been approved. It depends on the nature of the entitlement.
Well, I'm just going to say it's been approved by Planning Commission for a Taj Mahal, and we want to make it a little less Taj Mahal, just appropriate, community appropriate is what I'm saying. Save them lots of money for cosmetics. Can I just save them, can that be just brought straight to council instead of going through all the loops and barriers?
I'm not aware of a mechanism. Mr. Gale may actually be aware if we can do that. They may be able to amend their development plan, which may be another mechanism for coming forward and being able to do that. There are certain restrictions on items being brought up to the city council, as the council is aware that there's not a process in that in the code. So unless Darren has any additional thoughts on that, I don't think that it can be brought up directly to the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, I haven't researched that specific issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a brief comment on that.
Yes.
Thank you. It is, I don't think for the funding application, the way I understand it, the project would need to be approved as is. But once you're in construction and city staff, I don't mean to speak out of place, so please let me know if it isn't possible. But then at times there can be change orders to create efficiencies in projects or to change the scope at times. So there may be opportunities, if approved, to revise some of the features that maybe would be, are more expensive in the plan.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have Scott Thurmond.
Welcome, Scott. If I can ask you to, if you don't mind,
I'm going to keep it.
There you go.
I'm going to be efficient. So you have a summary of, and I'm going to talk about funding in general, as far as what's available currently and what's going to be available in the future. And I believe you have a handout that summarizes the different funding sources that we're dealing with now, as well as what's planned with the governor's May revise. What I want to state in general here at this point is there's more funding for housing and homeless services on the table available now than in my 30 years of homeless services. So, and there's going to be even more funding available. The challenge that you'll have within this is with the current funding that's available, it's not a scenario where jurisdictions can just stick their big toe in the water and call it a day. It really is. It really does require that jurisdictions dive into the deep end when it comes to homeless services and housing. And within that, we spoke about housing first policies earlier. The vast majority, if not all of the programs, are requiring that housing first policies be implemented. With the development sources that are available, you've heard of No Place Like Home and Housing for Healthy California. These sources require planning beforehand. So the upcoming No Place Like Home application will likely come out in September of this year. Most jurisdictions are planning right now, and they're identifying land and they're dealing with entitlements and environmental issues so that you're ready during that 75-day period of applying for No Place Like Home funding. You also, depending on the size of the project, have to identify local sources, and specifically with No Place Like Home, because that's a larger source. Once you go over 20 units, No Place Like Home will only pay for about half of the project cost. So that means you have to identify the other costs within this, within your project. So that's just something where you have to be ready to go as a jurisdiction if you're going to take advantage of the several $billion in funding that's going to be made available. Now, the good news is that there'll be additional local funding being made available by the state pretty immediately in 2019. As you likely are aware of, there'll be a second round of HEAP funding being made available. And because of the strong lobbying with the counties at the county level, the counties are going to receive the vast majority of local funding as it relates to HEAP. Counties across the state will receive $275 million, and the local COC will receive local COCs will receive $100 million. So there'll be money on the table. And as you are aware of, the city of Yuba City is going to receive an ongoing allotment of SB2 funding, and they're estimating somewhere around $250,000 annually that can be used for homeless services and/or housing. So those are sources that are available currently. But again, it's something that if you're going to take advantage of these sources, especially the capital development sources, the planning process has to take place immediately, and there has to be local investment. Questions?
Through the mayor. I think that last sentence sums it up pretty good. All right. Someone had a, yes, sir.
Yeah, through the mayor. Question for you. Would they be more inclined to give more money for larger projects? Like, let's talk about 2nd Street, for instance. Now, we're not talking about 40 units. We're talking about the possibility of 200 to 300 people capacity.
So in my experience as a consultant working in multiple jurisdictions, and just from my consultant's perspective, if jurisdictions are able to identify a location for development, and I'll give a very quick example of this. In the city of Woodland, our firm is working with the city and a local nonprofit on a 60-unit housing project, a 100-bed shelter, and a 60-bed treatment program all in one location. And so if there was an agreed upon location with the funding sources that are being made available and other resources, I think there's a good chance that a jurisdiction or a region can plan a project and organize the funding to create a broader scale project. That's my opinion.
All right, so let me, part of this is, let's 2nd Street. We have the space, we have the room. My understanding, what I've been told is, if we were to put up storage containers, we would have the right to go down to the river bottoms, post up, and You have 30 days to vacate the premises. We have a place for you. If we come back in 30 days, we're going to take all your belongings. We're going to put them in the storage containers. We're going to force you into this Second Street, and you have 90 days to come and collect your belongings. If not, it's going to recology.
So what's complicated about that, and I think Attorney Jordan spoke about that earlier, is when you have housing units, it does allow for enforcement. However, many of the funding sources at the state level are not compatible with that idea. The message that you receive from the state consistently is that they do not want that homelessness to be criminalized. And so in order to receive these sources, you have to have a program. It's a real fine line of how you address enforcement and receive the funding sources.
But we have a place for them to stay. We have a place for their stuff to go. What am I missing here?
Well, what the reality is that logic doesn't always win the day in this circumstance.
Gene,
and that's just the reality.
Hold on for a second. Sorry to interrupt you. I just would like to hear Gene's.
Well, Supervisor, I do think, we will walk a fine line when we get to that stage. We want to adhere to all the program requirements and make sure that we don't jeopardize any funding. But I think generally, I think your point is well taken. Once we have a place for people to go and the services set up, we can exercise, enforcement and because we have an alternative. We have somewhere for people to go and we have services for them. And if people choose not to go to those things and not to, take advantage of those services, we can ask them to move on at that point. But I do think Mr. Thurman's point is very well taken, that we don't want to do anything that will jeopardize this very significant and sometimes one-time funding that we're going to see in the very near future.
And I will share there is a way to work through that. It's just a nuanced process that every jurisdiction has to walk through.
Anything? No. All right, Scott, just real quick, how tight of a time frame are we looking at as far as applying?
For example, one source, Housing for Healthy California, is currently out as we speak and available. And again, with No Place Like Home, you want to start that planning process now. Okay. And but the other sources will come to you as a lump sum amount that you'll have flexibility with once you receive the funding.
All right. So our goal is to come up with proposed solutions as a group as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, which we're going to do. And we have Robert up next, or did I steal your thunder, Steve? I'm sorry. All right. Welcome.
I'm welcome across the river.
What'd you say?
Tell them welcome across the river.
Yeah.
Anytime you can have the mayor introduce you, that's pretty impressive. So,
I could introduce you all right, but I'll refrain.
Yeah. So, Robert Bendorf, Yuba County Administrator. So, first of all, to council members, mayor, board members, thanks for allowing me a few seconds. I'm not going to take a bunch of your time. I think you have some of the backup documentation in your packets with you regarding the strategic plan, but it is a good, bold move forward. Several of you sitting up on the dais have participated in the formation of this, as well as partners from Yuba and Sutter. And as you can see, the top priorities there are development, outreach, and prevention. It talks about the beds that we do have available, the funding where it was recommended through the bi-county effort, and weeds into the strategic plan. So the strategic plan accomplishes a couple of purposes. The No Place Like Home funding obviously has to have a strategic plan attached to it. And for our efforts moving forward as a bi-county region, if you will, it's important that we have that as well. So I'll leave it at that because I know I'm between you and talking about other things. I won't dive into them, but you can see what they are. You have the packet. If you have any questions of me, I will editorialize a little bit on being here today. And I think probably the best thing that you have going for you is that you're all here today. And you're all here today together talking about this. All the questions that I've heard, hats off to all of you. I think the answer is yes. to all of your questions. It really is. You can accomplish anything you want to accomplish, but just move forward and start doing something. And I think that's the best part of it. And we have taken some time and we learned, and boy, did we take some good kicks to the shins along the way. But when we look at, for instance, what 14 Forward's been able to accomplish, over 100 people in that time frame have moved forward to permanent housing. Over 100. And let alone the number of people that have been employed, the number of people that have received services for substance abuse, behavioral health issues. And there are accomplishments being made. We just need to move forward and act on these things. So there are solutions. Again, the answers to all your questions are yes. You can do anything you want. But it's a matter of just, I guess, pushing that button, if you will. So I'm really proud to have been associated with the Bi-County Group since its formation, and some great attendance at those meetings from elected officials as well as all the staff. But again, we're moving forward. If I look back, you know, you can look back in time. If that's giving me the gavel, I'm more than happy to take it. So, and it wasn't? Okay. You know, you look back in time, and I know people want solutions now. And that's the society we live in now. You want that solution there. You want to be able to pull out your phone, you know, make that money transfer, buy that item that you want to buy. It's all about now. And I think we're accomplishing the now. But it's not coming as fast as some of the people want. And that's the tough job that you as elected officials all face. You know, you just look at some of the simple examples, right? You know, Thomas Edison, when he invented the light bulb, right, it took him 1,000 tries. He saw it as a step. He didn't think tries, but he saw it as a step. 1,000 times he tried to get it right and perfect it. Took him about a year to do that. But what a lot of people don't know is there were other people working on the light bulb since the early 1800s. So about 80 years or so, they tried to perfect these things that are in your building today that still are being perfected today. It takes time. People have to be patient. But the accomplishments that are already recorded through these amazing partnerships that we have that we didn't have 3 years ago, they're accomplishing some great milestones and some impressive things. And those numbers will get better. I can promise you that. And I think as our elected officials and our communities become more patient, we become more energized with the quality of programs that we deliver and the number of people and lives that we touch. So I think for me, you know, no efforts come without failure. Oh, that's okay. Was that me?
I don't know.
Was that me in stereo?
Yeah, I guess.
Wow. That was kind of scary. So I like I said, every effort that you're going to have comes with failure, depending upon size. You know, I'll leave you with this. I had a good friend about 8 or 9 years ago, a very dear friend, give something a whirl that nothing else was working, right? And it was pretty impressive, the number of resources that were used to place another limb on her arm, and that she didn't have for about 4 or 5 years. I think the total was about 15 hours worth of surgery, 17 surgeons, over 20 nurses, months of being evaluated by counselors. So it's about equivalent to the number of people in this room to give something a try, and worked out great. First person in California to ever have that happen and have another limb attached. But it didn't work out. But still today, very high functioning, still the same person, but she's learned to adapt and try something else. And it's pretty impressive. So I know that all of you as elected officials care about your communities. You're resilient just as well as your communities are. But we're going to have that failure no matter how much effort that you try, how much money that you spend. We're going to stumble a little bit. But I can tell you, based upon what we've done so far in the Yuba City area, we've accomplished a lot. This strategic plan helps guide us a little bit further. And I see it here today. You got some tremendous leadership sitting up on the dais. And I know there's some tremendous leadership on the other side. Keep pushing us, but tell us to go take action, do what we need to do, and we're going to fall. We need you to help us pick us back up. So anyway, that's all I got, and hopefully I'll hang around a little while if there's any questions you have of me. But thanks for giving me the opportunity to chat with you for a little while today.
Thank you very much, Robert. Yep. If we could, that's the last presentation, I believe. I'm going to honor one request from Fotine. Fotine, you have 3 minutes, ma'am, and then we're going to move on to some conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fotine Halikas Kopriva. I live here in Yuba City. I came 18 years ago to Yuba City, brought my family. I just want to tell you that I've served on the Citizens Board that the supervisors put together along with Mike over here and Mike Morris and a number of other folks. I don't see anybody, Morgan. And as just normal citizens, business owners, property owners, community leaders, government employees, all on that board that got together over a year and a half of time to finally come up with this particular location. I'm glad to see it finally going forward. I want to tell you a little quick story. 25 years ago, I was one of those people that needed low-income housing. My son had been born, actually 31 years ago. I was on the list for HUD housing for 8 years in Sonoma County that is much more affluent and much more capable and much more services are provided. So I just want to give you a little insight. Please don't delay. For the people that are out there, this is significant. And I know all of the troubles we've had with those who want to cause problems that are in that homeless population. My house has been burgled. I've had all kinds of losses. My businesses have been robbed. The whole thing. I've gone through it all with everybody else. But the folks that are truly the homeless population that need help, that want to get help, are waiting for you and us to make a difference. And we can. And those folks that are out there that are temporarily in that situation can be great leaders in the future. You just don't know who they are.
Thank you, Fotine. We're going to move on now to some discussion. I'm going to jump right into the first question for Steve Smith. We would like to just start it off by regarding the shelter on Live Oak Boulevard, what the county has in mind as far as a request for support financially from the city of Yuba City, as well as a plan in place for any O&M regarding that facility, operation and maintenance.
I may need, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I may need some assistance from Scott Thurman on this. We have additional funding coming in from the cash funding that Mr. Thurman mentioned. I believe, is that $100,000 over 2 years? $120,000 on 2 years?
$120,000 over 2 years, yes.
Okay. And for one, thank you so much for approving the nearly $50,000 in funding for operations for the 1965 location. So, and then Scott and our HHS staff have been looking at other sources of funding, and at this time, we don't have a specific request of the city, though I'm sure we can develop that in partnership and look at funding. We know that our operational costs of the shelter are estimated to be just under $230,000 a year, which includes the 24/7 staffing from Salvation Army. And I think that will actually include a couple meals per day as the Salvation Army is able to get reimbursed, I think, through the USDA programs. Do you have anything else to add to that, Scott, or are there other sources we're looking at the moment?
Yeah, we are looking at utilizing CDBG program income as well for operations of the site. And so we're looking at that as a possibility. There's a few logistical components to work out to access that funding, and then we'll of course be looking at the additional state funding that will be made available as well.
And we'll also look towards the community and look at branding our location, much as Yuba County's done successfully with 14 Forward, and getting input from the community and hopefully maybe donations through a nonprofit that can be applied towards the location as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody still at the dais have any questions, comments? I'm sure a lot. We can begin the discussion.
A quick question through the mayor.
Yes.
The 265 30-bed Live Oak Boulevard, is that for the emergency home shelter? Or is that something else up here for top priorities? It says down below 30-bed Live Oak Boulevard, 265.
Yeah, I think that
for emergency shelter, is that what that's
right,
for?
right.
Okay.
Part of the site prep costs.
Okay.
Including purchase of, there's fencing, gates, the tough sheds, et cetera.
Okay.
So essentially, that's the figure you came up with from right now to turnkey.
I believe that was a previous figure when this was originally put together. So that budget number has been revised. So
obviously, it's going to be higher. No, it's never lower. All right.
But we're at 300 at the moment, right?
300.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good question.
Through
Sir.
the mayor.
Yes.
Just clarification, Mr. Smith. Right now, today, if we're at 300, the county can write that check for 300 and get the temporary shelter open without any assistance from anyone. Because you talked about you're waiting on grants, you're waiting on this. Is 300 solid? You can write the check today and get this project going? Or are you looking for other partners?
We would accept any other partners, and yeah, of course, we're exploring those options. And the HEAP funding, I believe, is it June 15th that it's available, Scott? So I don't want to lie and say yes, today we could do it, but and we have about $60,000 appropriated currently in general fund funding as well, in addition to the 300 through HEAP.
Yeah, the HEAP funding should be available within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And so that will be available with check in hand.
And we're also looking at options for showers through Hands of Hope. We'll have transportation there, as mentioned, for washing clothes and showers and things, but we're also looking in the future possibly for a shower trailer, and they can run 80 to 100,000 for, say, an 8-stall trailer. So there's a lot of different things that we're looking at to make the operations as smooth as possible. And then at the same time, what we're putting in at 1965 Live Oak, I think we're not looking at a lot of sunk costs. So if the location in sometime in the future, whether a year or 2 or 20, needs to move, I think we would have that capability.
So with this cost, and I may be stealing Councilmember Boomgarden's thunder, because we've gone from 300, the annual cost of a couple hundred, we're at 5. Now the shower is another 100, you're at 6. So really what I'm driving to is, can the county write a $600,000 check and open this and operate it and be going by September as it's been presented with your current resources? Because we're trying to find solutions. We are holding off at the city to make decisions on different things because it was under the impression that the county was going to need our assistance to get this off and running. And what I'm hearing now is no. So I'm really looking for some guidance here. Do you need help, or can the city or can the county write basically a $600,000 check and do it on their own?
Well, I'd say to get it up and running, we don't need the $600,000. The showers and other items that we're working towards are for the future to make the facility as easy as possible for residents. But so yes, the amount that we have set aside now will get us up and running. But then I think, like most jurisdictions, we're pursuing grants and local dollars to keep things going once they're up and running.
Okay, thank you.
That's good
To
news.
the chair.
Good news. Yes, sir.
Perhaps we could encourage Yuba City to provide, in partnering with us on doing something on 2nd Street, perhaps they could provide the seed money that would be necessary to accomplish, again, more for the masses. I think Supervisor Ziegemeier is in agreement with me on that. And one of the reasons that we don't have 2nd Street on this committee thing is that presented itself after the vote on Live Oak Boulevard. So it's not like, we've got to necessarily do everything just because we voted to do it wrong rather than. So if we're looking for a partner for some seed money, maybe the city would be interested in helping us get started on 2nd Street to clear out that mess. At least that's visible and would help, again, larger enforcement capability for the sheriff and the police chief. And I'd be interested in hearing any comments either one of them have to make about that.
Thank you, Ron.
Through the mayor, I guess I'm going to go back to the challenge of funding and asking the county, and it doesn't sound like there's an answer right now, but we are balancing a project on the New Haven project, which is a permanent solution, which we think has merit, against also participating with you on a temporary shelter. What we're trying to do is we've only got so much money. What, if anything, do you need from us? And I don't think you're going to give me an answer today, but if we could get something before our meeting on the 4th, at least an idea, that would certainly help this council person make a decision on two very important projects, at least two very important projects to me.
Through the mayor. Robert, do you mind going back up to the...
Have the mayor reintroduce me again?
You sure you want me to do that? We
Yeah.
go back way too far, man.
Yeah, we can only, some of this is, our neighbors have done this already.
Right.
So I'm wondering about the combination of the two, the timing and the money, for 14 forward, where it seems something similar to what we're trying to do in Sutter County. Do you have any advice or direction in this conversation of, the not necessarily the funding, but what could you share so it kind of gives us, the council members, Yuba City Council and my friends here, some direction or some, advice of of what you've done in Yuba County?
Sure, I can probably recite to you, thank you for the questions. I could probably recite to you just quickly. I know there are some differences in, maybe location or, 3 years does make a little bit of difference. But I can tell you from once the concept was finalized of what we were going to do and we had the property identified, we had it up and open in 6 weeks. And so we were able to push everything together and make it happen. We use funding from a relocation trust that we have set aside based upon permits, a certain amount of dollars that are paid when permits get processed at the county. So we use those and also some general fund money. The total cost, I think, for the 20 units for 14.4, that was the leveling, the gravel, fencing, et cetera. The other thing that wasn't included was the double wide that's out there now. That was donated to us by Ampla Health. Am I right, Kaya? Sometime later. But the total cost, about $160,000 total. But a lot of that, though, was once folks saw what we were doing, from fencing companies to the aggregate companies to others, they just began donating. They said, hey, we'll just provide it to you at cost, or we'll donate this service altogether, whether it's electrical, poles, lighting, our public works folks. I mean, they kind of took it on as a family project too, if you will. So I think that helped out with some of the costs. And so that was our cost, our output. Since then, we've been able to replace just about all the money because of donations from the community. We had business owners, apartment complex owners, just residents. In fact, we just got a check the other day. A lady that administers a trust on behalf of her relative that passed away not too long ago. We just received the third $5,000 check from this lady. And she says she'd like to go to 14 Forward. But that's just one example of the tens of thousands of dollars that we had come in from the community because it was something tangible. They could see it happening and so forth. So that all balanced itself out. Now, I think Board Member Shaw made a comment about the ongoing costs too. There are ongoing costs, but the general fund component of that is little, if any, at all. It is all through health realignment and social services.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because I know that it kind of balanced out at the end, and I think that we can learn from what you've been able to accomplish and perhaps duplicate here in Sutter County. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right. Other commentary, sir?
I have a question for Darren. Our HEAP money that we'll be receiving here in the near future, has that already been promised to agencies already, or is that no? So it's the money could be okay. That was easy.
All right.
So we have that.
Anybody else? Final thoughts? We definitely want to corral everybody, and we have a plan in place. We have a very good and thorough strategic plan in place. I think we have a lot of very good partners and a lot of motivated people to do something. There's some discussion whether we have a shelter on Live Oak versus another one on 2nd Street. I will tell you that I'm in favor of both options, as well as New Haven, with some modifications, at least in my opinion. So we can discuss funding, we will on Tuesday. We'll get something else, and I will suggest we get the feeling of the rest of the board up here. We've had a lot of information put to us today, and also to the public. That's a matter of record at this point. I would like to suggest and get your thoughts on the idea of coming together again and discuss solutions only. No presentations. All of us do our homework between now and then, and we'll put together a punch list of things to do to help these folks do what they're doing so good at already. Any thoughts on that?
Sounds good to me.
Would agree? Okay. We will be in contact to set up a mutual beneficial or amicable date. Also let the public know the same thing. All right? Any other comment from?
Through the mayor?
Mayor?
Apparently I got, yes.
You think next time we could probably have this after 5, like a 6 o'clock meeting, that we'd get more participation?
No problem with that at all?
Yeah, that's a good
Yes, ma'am?
Through the mayor. Okay.
What's that?
More than a 2-day notice. I got the email as a committee on the advisory board. It was existing.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that we did not wait until 2 days ago to put it out there, so somehow, some way, you missed it. You have my phone number. There you go. So just give me a call. I'll let you know. Yeah, I know we've had it on the books for a long time. Yes, ma'am.
I totally support what you're thinking of us doing. In that meeting that we present, are you thinking like solutions, like this is where we're heading next?
Have a discussion regarding next steps.
With our next steps.
Yep.
And everything else. Okay. Looking at the bi-county homeless group,
Absolutely.
what they've been doing, and bringing that forward. Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now, I'd like to hear from the public. We'll move on to that. Does anybody in the public have anything they would like to contribute or add, or anything at all? Yes, ma'am. Please take the podium and restate your name if you don't mind.
My name is Sarah Morrow. We've heard a lot of great statistics today. I do feel that with this great issue, there needs to be brought up the other side as well. We need the statistics on the crime, what kind of crime, who's going in there.
That's a good point.
No one's been looking at that side. I need answers from that side. I need to know that you guys are getting that information. I think that's really important to the neighborhood that I live in, that you guys are addressing that. There is information out there saying that with increased law enforcement, that crime is depreciated when it's that close to a shelter.
Very good point.
That's it.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll consider ourselves adjourned. Thank you. Wait a minute. Steve, did you have something? Forgive me, I didn't see your hand. Oh, and John does too. Anybody else besides these two? I've done this before. All right, when they're done, we're done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So Alex Bumpus was driving on Bridge Street. He was getting to Gray Avenue, and he saw a drunk individual on all fours crawling across the street. He rolled around, parked, went out and met the individual, recognized him because he was kind of boogered up from an ambulance ride a week before from the same situation. And then a cop car showed up, looked at him and said, "This man is drunk. He's out of control. He needs to go first to the emergency room, then to jail." Alex said, "No, I know this guy. He's not. He is drunk, but he needs a different path. He needs help, long-term help." And then a fire engine showed up, and then an ambulance showed up. Ultimately, the officer rightfully was in charge of the scene and the situation, and his call is what happened. But those resources resources available immediately limited what the officer had available to use. And so the frequent flyer went back to the emergency room and got some sort of a citation for being drunk and disorderly. We're not fixing that problem where it stays. And in fact, we have spent so much money on this individual from all those services. I would just assert that we already are spending money in this area. We're just spending it in the wrong locations. And this pathway is so much more affordable and moves those people away from those most expensive systems quicker and more effectively. It's just smart money. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Hello, Steve Albrecht here. And just a takeaway that I have from this meeting, I thought that by being here and gathering some more information, I'd be reassured of future plans and to see that there could be some light at the end of the tunnel and that we'd be able to find some solution to the hundreds of individuals here who are victims of homelessness. But I'm not, because one thing that really shocked me was the Live Oak Boulevard plan has only 40 units, and I guess the other site, the Fieldhaven site, I think the gentleman said it was the funding was $13 million for same number of units, maybe 40, $200,000 to $300,000 per unit. So to me, city budgets, county budgets, they can't absorb that kind of costs. And it's just not realistic for me to think that there's going to be anything close to a solution. And me, just someone who doesn't know too much about budgets and facilities and the legal matters that are entailed in creating sites, I'm thinking, well, find some a big site, have someone, donate tents. I would be willing to donate money. My neighbors on 2nd Street would be able to donate money for tents. Why can't we have a compound with tents and maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 multiple locations to put these people together? But I see that we are far from that. When we're talking about sites like 40 units costing $13 million, then I'm sorry, I'm thinking, well, who is gaining from this? Or is it the consultants, the legal end of it, the construction and administration fees and all this? I mean, there's so much money tied up in the homelessness issue, it seems like, that the money is not being spent on the actual solutions like we've been talking about. So really, I'm just totally astounded at how far we are from a solution. And I'm just also equally astounded to hear about the number of dollars that are going into little tiny fixes, when we have hundreds more who would be unaffected by all this budget, $13 million here, another $10 million there. It seems like we're doing nothing. So that's my takeaway. So I don't know what the solution would be, but I'm not optimistic about where it goes from here. So, and that's what the county and the city should be doing. It sounds like you have plans to meet together in the future. So I really applaud that, and I see great things happening between the county and city, and good luck to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Steve.
Mayor, before we adjourn,
Ma'am.
I would just like to say thank you to Brad McIntyre for coordinating with the county. Thank you to Steve Smith and all the presenters today. And thank you to the City Council and Board of Supervisors for having this joint workshop.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you very much for that. All right. We'll stand ourselves adjourned. Thank you.